Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Any other question?
Okay, we have a question in the Q&A from Andu, who says, "Hi everyone, I am Andu. Thank you for sharing the knowledge. Can you please offer us more details about the social media and AI? I'm working in IT. Also, I have had access to different understanding about life, the universe, and matter since I was a kid. Therefore, I may be suitable for participating in this project. What is the aim of this project? And also, what is the email address again?"
Email address is info@keshe.foundation. The purpose is to bring a massive social awareness of the technology. Rapid awareness of the technology in a way that the society now works. There's an AI team in China which is working on this. I know there's a group working between Brazil and China in other part of the connection with teachings and other things. We are specifically looking for people who understand how to log in, to increase the traffic, to bring a massive social awareness about the technology in every aspect. We have a reason for it. It all connects to other parts of the structure of the Keshe Foundation set up for past years. It's awareness, product awareness, social awareness, and change of the position of the people to go. We've seen this in a very recent past few days. As you hear from around the world, everybody buys a Tesla, they have no problem. But now if you are an American and a Tesla owner, through the social media, the way they structured this thing, people leave their Teslas on the street and walk home because there's so much what I call resentment towards the the owner of the Tesla cars, for the social structure. And this has shown clearly social media, the structure is used as a direct effect on behavior of people. And this is in past few days. It's not just for the news. You have to see what is set in social media in the background, which we are watching, that creates these positions. We want to use the same structure, but to bring a peaceful society by disbursement of the knowledge, the technology, awareness of it. And if you are in that position, you can, we welcome you, because we have our own IT team. They're too old for this. They don't want to touch it. And it needs a new understanding. As I said, I spent a lot of time last week with different groups, universities and the rest in London, to establish this. It's not just something we just want. We know exactly how it has to be structured. So if you are in that world, you know how to, you don't need to have a degree in it, you know how to work with social media. Just come in, we make a team out of here, we tell you the purpose and how it goes. And it's to bring awareness, and with awareness brings new society, new condition and composition of people. We see what we call social media gurus. We are not looking for that. We want to bring technology that it becomes part of this structure. It's for the benefit of all, but in construction and awareness of totality. Conversion to different languages, but carrying the same meaning. And that's the purpose. info@keshe.foundation. Any other question?
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 6, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the attendees or participants in this panel. As we like to say, this is a roundtable discussion. Everyone has a microphone. You're all encouraged to interact and contribute and share your understanding with the rest of us. So again, we're moving step by step closer to major releases, but the foundation is looking for people to contact them regarding many different disciplines. But initially, it looks like the AI, the social medias will be the way that the technology or the awareness of the technology comes out in a very big way. So continue to write, and if anyone asks if they're looking for help or willing to serve, info@keshe.foundation. It can't get much simpler than that. We're going to cover the 584 and a few other things today, but before we go into that, let's read our World Peace Treaty if we can. Again, a very simple document found on the Keshe Foundation website, found on many of the search engines, and it's mostly between you and your soul. And we understand working in the soul dimension, it doesn't have to be signed with a pen. It can be signed with the pen of your soul. As we understand, when you go out into space, you'll never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It is getting more popular, I think, day by day. And of course, this will be encouraged, I think, by people around the planet once they see the world leaders and religious leaders endorsing this or signing off on the World Peace Treaty, perhaps even disrobing. Not completely, I hope, but removing the frock and going in a different way. Anyone want to read the World Peace Treaty? Okay, I will read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our souls. Simply put your name and signature, date, position held, and again, on behalf of our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And I'm sure if you have this posted somewhere, perhaps if you have a cubicle or you have a desk or other places, it will certainly in a way, encourage or create a curiosity within people to ask you about that. And then that could sort of open up a humble discussion in a way with the others about what this means and what it means to you and what it means overall for this planet. Again, this is not the end all of reaching a peaceful planet. It's the first step in a way, in interacting with the universal community. Feel free to share it. Found on the Keshe Foundation website, as I said. Very simple document world leaders will sign and world religious leaders will sign, and many, many others. Again, this is in a way a beautiful encouragement, and they may ask you, how did you get to this position? How did you decide? And this can just open up the whole conversation of the technology, what it's here for, universal teachers, and what we need to do. And of course, Mr. Keshe covered quite a bit of this and how selfish we are and more takers than givers. We'll hear that teaching if we have enough time. It's only about maybe 30 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less. So we have plenty of time to hear the full teaching today, which I'd like to do. And we always have the floor open for anyone who wants to make any comments or anything like that. But this is the whole idea of becoming a more peaceful individual, realizing that you can operate without killing and destroying anything or everything, as we sometimes like to do. And of course, this is the way the Creator operates, not destroying any of its creation to exist. So feel free to share it, encourage others to wish for peace. As we know, we're creating that dome of peace on a daily basis, and it's growing and it's extending. And when we reach a certain collective awareness, I think we'll see more and more things happening, and probably in the future, more and more things changing just by the wish or having the intentions spread across the planet. And because this technology won't solve everything, it actually can create other problems that we may not be aware of and that we'll have to solve. So it's just not an end all to everything. As I said, it will create other situations that we'll have to, in a way, find solutions for. And perhaps many of those solutions will be found through the wish and manifesting it. And of course, you can make any wish you'd like. Usually the wishes work better if you're wishing for someone else. I remember Mr. Keshe sharing a story about Africa and how people were starving and in one of these sort of situations. And he said one of the reasons they were is because they were wishing for themselves to have the food and the water and whatever else they needed. He indicated if they would have wished for the others to have it, that wish may have manifested itself. So the wishes can be a little bit tricky, but they're also very simple. And normally, as I said, if it's a self-serving wish, they don't work as well as if it's a wish for others or for the entire structure. And we're learning more about wishes and intentions. And I know Mr. Keshe mentioned a wish in this last workshop where he said, "My wish is my command." Any comments anyone would like to make? What I thought we would do here is bring up the wish of the day from the Universal Council, if I can find that. And perhaps we will just take 30 seconds. This is a daily wish that's put in and spread around, and you can bring it into your language community by translating it and just posted it in one of the Zooms or chats or telegrams. So
Mark,
yes.
how do you know your wish is not self-serving? What is it about a wish that when we pronounce our wish, because that's our wish, then how do we know that it's not self-serving?
Well, I think you can get an inkling within your own structure, whether this is meant for me. I want a new Rolls Royce. I'd like to win the lottery. Can you tell if that wish is for the others or is it for you? But this is the way I think it works. It works better if you wish. And of course, you know, the wish doesn't always manifest itself immediately. I know Mr. Keshe said when we combined with the Chinese structure that was his wish for the past 30 years or 40 years to enter into an agreement with one of the leading nations on the planet, but that didn't work out good. So he's been wishing this for a long time. Again, not for himself, but for humanity. So wishes, even if they're correct, the souls have to all agree. And sometimes that can take some time to work through all the souls that are involved in your wish. But there's different levels of wishing, as I understand it, and we're basically at the simple level. But as Mr. Keshe said, when we make a wish at our level of wishing, we have to consider everything, that everything is correct in our wish. So I guess that's up to you to decide whether you're correct or not correct. I don't think there's any wrong wishes in a way, but certain ones to me won't manifest as other ones may.
Right, because that's the thing. Because I think all wish are selfish. It just it takes time to manifest, and it has to. If you don't consider others, now by law of plasma, the wish will consider everything else. So, and you know, there's no time and space in terms of energy or plasma. So, by the time it considers all, the time might elapse, and then you will think, okay, your wish is not coming true, but it's actually coming true. So, a wish is it's all selfish by its nature because that's what you want.
Remember what he said about the 2-year-old child? Can you imagine the 2-year-old child making wishes and the terrible twos? It's all about him. He doesn't even realize others exist in a way. The universe circles around him and what he wants and so on. So maybe we shouldn't make 2-year-old wishes. We should be more mature in our wishing, perhaps. Again, it's for you to decide and for you to learn through mistakes and successes as I see it. So I was thinking, let's take 30 seconds. We're here to give. Again, this is something that we're not as comfortable with as taking. Taking seems to, in a way, sometimes bring a smile on our face or something else, but the giving we have a little bit more trouble with, and we're working through this, and this is one of the ways we can do this. So we're going to take 30 seconds. Anyone would like to read the wish of the Universal Council? From the soul of the Universal Council, if I may add. And as he said about the Brazilian team, that the soul is manifesting. And you see the work in the post in the other way. So the work of the Universal Council is also manifesting in these daily wishes, which you can add your energy at any time. You can create your own wish and send it to the Universal Council or put it in one of the chats and we'll forward it there. Again, I always thought wishing was for children or people that just had some sort of a dream in a way. I've always thought you have to actually physically get involved, roll up your sleeves and make the changes that way. But now we're learning we can work through this energy connection, through the mother connection of the creator and the rest. So we're going to take 30 seconds on this wish. We're here to give and not take. Of course, in the giving, you will receive, you will get nourished, whether it's today or next week, or perhaps even your great-grandchild in a way. This is one of the reasons we're here. As Mr. Keshe said, be happy that you're part of this and be happy that you've participated in developing the Keshe Foundation structure, even if you haven't been aware of it. So let me just read this. We, the Universal Council, wish and are looking forward to scientists, professionals, laymen, experienced people in plasma science with expertise in different fields for joining and being part of the Keshe Foundation and to be part of the Soul of Peace. So let's just add our energies again on that new toy we're playing with, the energy dimension. Let's just take 30 seconds. And that's how easy it is working in the energy dimension as opposed to the physicality. In other words, if we had to go and invite people or send emails or the rest, what's happening is the souls will find their way to the Keshe Foundation on their own. The way you have, in a way, your soul has brought you here into the Keshe Foundation, even though the physicality didn't quite understand, and sometimes it can get a little frustrated of why am I here and what am I doing here and the rest of it. But slowly, step by step, we're learning the whole reason in a way. And as he said, someone in the past in your line had done something good and you picked up that flower, or your soul picked up that flower along the way. And now you're sort of on that same train or on that same track. So feel free to translate this into your own language community or however you want to work it. Every day there's a different wish. You can add it into your daily wishes at 9 p.m. or however you want, or even create other wishes to start working with maybe your neighbor, maybe your child. And again, it doesn't always come back in a second or a day or a week, because all the souls have to line up. And I guess if certain souls are not ready to proceed in a certain way, then the wish gets delayed. Doesn't mean it won't be created. Marie had made a very beautiful video of the wish and the jumper and how the child was cold, but the mother wasn't really aware of it, and the child wanted that jumper, and through the plasma energies, let's say, of soul-to-soul communications, the mother got the idea, I need to buy a new jumper for my child, for my baby, and keep the baby warmer. And this is the connection of the souls. So it's not a very hard process. And actually, when we go into the transmutation test, it was funny because I was thinking today, I didn't go to the Brazilian, I missed the Brazilian meeting on Friday, but for some reason I had a strong desire to read a testimony that a knowledge seeker had put in about transmutation. And I asked permission within the last 30 minutes or so from that individual to read the testimony for the transmutation that was given, and they informed me that it was read in the Brazilian meeting last Friday, just 2 days ago. I wasn't aware, I didn't hear the recording, but for some reason I had a very strong desire to read that testimonial today. And I think this is how plasma works, or souls communicate in a way. So we'll go into that a little bit later. Any other thoughts or comments? We can take a quick look at the 584 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I think this was created by Andreas, and we'll just go through a few parts of this. Is there any part of the teaching that stood out for you before we just read these sort of this short synopsis? Anything that touched you in the last workshop that you'd like to share? And of course, we all sort of take from this knowledge as indicated based on your intellect. And of course, we know no soul has a corner or an advantage in a way on intellect. So yes, what we did play the first part here in that video, the social media and artificial intelligence, which is going to be a big part in increasing the awareness of the technology being on this planet. Of course, it's been here for a quarter of a century or more, but this is part of it, and this is what we heard, and this is part of the intro of the 584 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But it's not only AI and it's not only social media. Whether you're a housewife or a retired spaceman or worked in the defense industry or whatever your specialty could be, write info@keshe.foundation, because in the future they may not, if they don't get back to you, don't think you've been ignored, as was indicated, that just what they need at this time is what they need, and you may not be a part of the need immediately, but down the road, this is going to touch everyone on this planet and everything that we come in contact with on a daily basis. So whether you repair bicycles or you sweep the streets, I think everyone will be included in different ways. And of course, as we start feeding from the plasma, I think there'll be less street sweeping perhaps needed to be done. So the teaching part, the origin of all being is a ray from the creator. We understand that the creator released one ray, and in its interactions, divisions, combinations, created everything that we see in existence and everything that we don't see in existence that may be at a higher energy level, from which atoms, planets, stars, galaxies, and humans emerged. Difference between humans and the creator: the humans equal selfish, possessive. Again, there's that 2-year-old child manifesting himself. And the creator is a giving without expectation, an unconditional giving. And the goal, a human soul in balance with the creator. So there is something in the store called the Twinity Magrav system, which you're making a twin of yourself to understand yourself better. But eventually, I think the creator wants us to twin with him and to do a very similar work that the creator's doing. And of course, we don't know all the work of the creator and what he's doing, but this is the idea. I made the man in the image of myself. And of course, now we understand about this emotion and everything. One of the reasons we're going into space, because the universe in certain instances is, or for the most part, I'd say, is lacking emotion. It's just basically a wind up, rotating, but without the ability to even express back to the creator the love. As I understand it, this changed my whole sort of looking at this idea that not all entities have emotion in the universe. So we'll be quite welcomed, I think, because as he said, the first generation of those who interacted with man, let's say universal entities, had a little bit of a hard time with it about why are they hugging and why are they kissing. But the next generation of that line or that species fell into it like putty, I think he said. So the emotion is a beautiful energy, and of course it's unknown to many, many in the universe, which again is a new knowledge for me. I thought they were quite similar to us in so many ways, getting the same diseases, and I was thinking very from the emotions, but many of them don't have an emotion, and they'd like to incorporate this. So this is part of what he said in the previous workshop, I think, about man's embedding emotion in the dimension of creation. So I think you'll be very, it's almost like you've livened up the entire existence, and every created thing has this ability to experience emotions. They may not, but it is within their structure, and I think we will again introduce them to it and trigger it perhaps in a way. Giving without expectation, human soul in balance with the creator, the state of love. Mitra has reached this understanding, but even Mitra at one point, he said that couldn't even love the creator unless first the creator gave that love to Mitra. And of course, Mitra is the dimension of creation in the physicality and your interaction with the physicality. Yes, and this major question about death, does the soul live on? Yes, it does. And of course, depending on its energy, it determines proximity or distance from the source. It was funny, Ed was sharing a video intro that he had made, and you come out into the universe and you see a sign or two signs, one to the creator and the other is further from the creator. Or perhaps this is the land of gurus, go this way. But that'll be up to you where you want to land in so many ways. And it's a lot depends on the energies and what you've gathered in this current position, as I understand it. So in a way, it's almost automatic, but if you're being able to see your next location, you can correct this soul of physicality, I think, and perhaps improve your lot or improve your position. And of course, back to the killing, whether human or animal or plant, is based on a demonstration of power. That's what he said. It's a lot of times it has to do with not that we want to kill, but we show that we have this ability to kill. And that's a bit strange. I never liked killing all that much. I was never involved in that to certain extents, but of course we know we're eating and consuming vertical and horizontal beings on a regular basis, and this is part of the feeding of humanity. That's why I think one of the first things probably will be the energy system, but the next and in line with that will be the ability for man to feed himself without him even knowing. And again, as I've said so many times, I could never figure out a way, when I heard this originally 7, 8 years ago, how you could feed yourself without eating. But now we understand how the energy, and of course, he's given us this little test with the apple that we can play with. And I don't know if anyone wants to share it, but we can give to the apple and we can receive from the apple. We never understood this. We only thought it was there for us to take. But now this understanding will again expand into our space sort of flights and when we interact with others. Okay, yeah, after the death, the soul lives on. Depending on the energy, it determines from the source, that is heaven, proximity, or hell. Again, the ability to create in the universe will be the heaven, and that ability not to create, or you haven't learned to give, I think, will in a way be a separation, or you won't feel as good at all as if you're found that that giving and that creation position rather than not creating, and that's the hell. Of course, we know in reality there is no heaven and hell as they couched it in some of the holy books, but not being able to create or being able to create, this is what Mr. Keshe is referring to as heaven and hell. And of course, the killing, whether human, animal, or plant, is based on a demonstration of power, a problem for life in the universe. We've discussed that already. Using AI without subjugation, many AIs in space. So apparently we need to be this last man standing or last woman standing where you can feed yourself, you can bring wellness to yourself, you can bring energy, and you can also travel without any of the intermediaries, as he's often said and has been saying more and more in the period. You don't need gurus, you don't need intermediaries. It's your obligation, as Baha'u'llah said, independent investigation for you to investigate, probe, understand on your own. And feel free to jump in here at any point. The goal, conscious transformation at death, connection to the source without killing. And again, I don't know how you kill if you're in the dimension of energy in the space. And I know if you're traveling in a craft and so on, he said there's so much energy available to you that you don't even need to sleep. So if you don't need to sleep, you probably don't need to be fed if you're taking your physicality in a craft in the universe. But he seems to be more and more talking about this instantaneous movement or travel the way the creator travels. And as we've said numerous times, if those entities that are in the UFO or the craft understood how the creator moves, they wouldn't be in the craft. So they definitely, even though their knowledge is quite extraordinary, or extraordinary if we could put it that way, they haven't gotten back to the mother or haven't gotten understanding of the transmutation. And of course, this requires some emotion, I believe. He talked about understanding the emotion of transmutation, which I'm not sure about, but you'll need an emotion to do, I think, many things, even communicate on a general level in space. This is how communication, or the zero-time communication, happens, through emotions. Main problem, the soul of physicality blocks true connection to the universe. Yes, this is what we're trying to do, to bring that soul of physicality, which I always referred to as the lion, to eat and sleep in the same nest with the lamb without destroying the lamb. So we're trying to bring these two entities together. They're very familiar with each other, and many times it's an uncomfortable relationship, as I understand it. The soul is trying to match the energy of the soul of physicality is trying to match the energy of the soul of the man, and trying to, in a way, do it, but it doesn't have the full understanding, I think. And so correcting our behavior in the physicality, and each one, as he said, we all have defects, so it's up to you to correct that and balance that out. But we have structures to do that, and that will help you with that, getting the soul of physicality in line with the soul of the man, that then they can work together in a beautiful, almost like bringing the electron closer to the proton, and then you see the energies released. The new global structure he referred to in the next 12 to 24 months, collective ascension through science, conclusion. Everyone chooses their place in the cinema of the universe, at the front with a clear view or in back. Again, we sanction ourselves, and I think this is what he was saying. Do you sit at the back of the theater and try to see the motion picture with all the smoke and other people waving their hand, perhaps, or standing up and making noises? Or do you want to go down to the front row where you can see everything uninterrupted, in a way? So, and then of course, we had the break, and we'll hear about what Mr. Keshe said in that break. I'd rather not cover all these questions. Anyone else want to add anything else to the workshop that may have touched them, or something that came up for you in this latest workshop? Okay, that's fine. Perfect. Silent line of communication, which is quite acceptable. I don't think we'll be having a mouth in space if you're in that energy dimension, so there'll be no words physically spoken, as I understand it, but it'll be, again, the interaction of fields. I'd like to go to the end, and what Mr. Keshe said is to look for this knowledge being introduced in a very close period of time, coming up in the next days, perhaps, weeks, perhaps, months, perhaps. We'll have to see how it plays out, but let's just hear the conclusion, in a way, to the 584th Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Shall we call it a day?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be very much aware that we are about to push the boundaries of knowledge on the international arena in a totally different way. The Keshe Foundation has gone through its infancy and the growth, and we are on the verge of massive disclosures, which the world of science and the outside world of the Keshe Foundation has to handle. And as I said, we are using the medias of what man has made available to reach the man. And we are still looking for people with good understanding of work in AI and computer work. It's something we need strongly to support. And if you know you are in it or you understand it, you can function with it and you can bring us positive move. Get in touch with us at info@keshe.foundation. And if we see your category of interest is within us, we'll contact you and bring you in to work with the team we're trying to set up. But in the coming days and weeks, be ready for what we promised in a very, very big way, direct way, and everything we set up for it to be there to be done. Thank you very much, and see you next time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, again, we're looking for people. And again, I think it's like the research groups. We used to have a number of different research groups and people were studying different things. So now they're going to be looking for experts, and you can probably join a team on different subjects. This is what he seems to be alluding to, that you may not be the expert in that field, but there may be work that you can accomplish. And again, it's about serving the others rather than yourself. Find something to serve, not something that serves you. This is part of the ethos, I think, of the Keshe Foundation. But we're all always kind of thinking about ourselves like that 2-year-old child. We revert back. I mean, I do from time to time, and maybe more time than less time. But the idea is to serve the others, and I think these expert teams that are being established, depending on what interests you. Maybe it is social media, maybe it is energy, or maybe it is wellness. And all these groups, I think, will be working in the same manner. So I don't know if that's the actual plan, but it may work out in a similar way. But in every field, I think they're going to need more and more people as this knowledge expands. There'll be more and more questions being asked. There'll be a lot of people very inquisitive about these technologies, and you'll be the one that's been around the Keshe Foundation for some period of time. And again, as far as myself, I probably know 1/100000th of 1/10000000th of 1% of this knowledge, but that's far greater than what the others know. The man on the street, let's say, who's never heard of this plasma science and technology. So I'll share what I can and serve. And I think people will be looking for you to explain more. Not to make you a guru, this is the important part, but just to share this is what I understand, and this is what the technology has meant to me. Nobody's wrong, but yet no one's 100% right. So there's so much more that we'll be experiencing and understanding in the future days, weeks, months, and centuries, I think, as this knowledge continues to expand. Okay, I think we'll listen to the announcements if we can. But I wanted to read, and of course, Mr. Keshe talks about this special transmutation test, which they're looking, maybe we should perhaps play that first before I play the testimonial. Let me just see if I can find these announcements somewhere here. I thought I had it pulled up, but sometimes these things seem to disappear. Okay, we have it. And let's just go. These are the announcements from last Thursday's Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Usually after the break, Mr. Keshe takes questions. But before the questions, he has a short period of any pertinent announcements he wants the knowledge seekers and the foundation and others to listen to. So this is the one. It's about 10 minutes, 13 minutes.
Okay, well, we're in the second part now. So are you ready for some questions, or is there something you'd like to say, perhaps, before we engage in that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry about this delay. It was something important for the foundation. It had to be done. From the Keshe Foundation point of view, we, as some of you joined us in the last session last Friday, we are expanding the knowledge of transmutation, and this knowledge, as we go through, has to be tested for a full transmutation in a different way. And due to advancements in technology and what we have achieved in development through your support and your work, Keshe Foundation sometime today will put up through the what we call the store availability for 5 only. Those who will be what we call brought in to go through a transmutation through a technology we have developed. We don't want many people. We would like to start with 5. With this process, you will receive materials from us, and the sessions will be only the 5 people. These sessions will go through a systematic process of testing to complete part of our development. It will be known as what we call transmutation trial. It's the process and the procedure. Once you register for it, will be given to you. The test will be done in the next 20 days, which means we will go through the process of the transmutation. We don't tell you how many hours, how many minutes, or whatever. It's an open-ended, we test transmutation away from the Keshe Foundation Center, which means wherever you are around the world, you get access to it. You can get access to it. It be extensively for testing before we attempt in the what we call April session to take this in a different direction. What we saw in the trial of last Friday gave us an insight into be able to use the technology we already developed in a much, much faster way. And when you go on the shop of the Keshe Foundation, the minute we arrive to the point we want, we close it. It is primarily set for pre-testing the transmutation and how we can what we call take you with yourself going and yourself coming back. This development will try to look that we choose one person from each corner of this planet, or maybe 2. And we try to understand how far we can connect you to yourself to take the steps of transmutation. In a way, we provide the flight platform. You're the one who makes the flight. And this will give us an insight into the next steps of not needing systems, but being able to go through app operation, which means anybody, by literally holding one of the Keshe Foundation headsets through a different dimension, can literally take off from anywhere, transmute from anywhere, and they land where they want to land. Does not matter where. It's not a beam me Scotty anymore. It's I'm a Scotty, I'll beam myself. And this will bring a breakthrough for us to test the technology, advancement in technology, and in a way to the next level of science and technology. We close the session within minutes we open. We move out, and you are literally the captain. But this time, we bring to you new structure, never been tested before, that allows you to become part of. You become in the environment of transmutation with our structure and what we set up. We tell you exactly what to do, how to do it. And you sign a total non-disclosure with the Keshe Foundation that during this process, nothing will be revealed to no one. No one. This discussion cannot be held with no one, because we might call you for a second and a third session, and it has to stay within the structure of the Keshe Foundation and Knowledge Seekers. That once we release it, we have the structure for protection of everyone. Later on today, this it's the way we work. We don't know any other way to do it. You can send through the shop, because it has to be done that way, to the store of the Keshe Foundation. It'll be called transmutation test, and it will not be cheap. It's very expensive. It costs us a lot to do it, and we leave it to you. The session will be held in the next 20 days, as I said, and be prepared for one of the most exciting times in man's travel into space. And I hope one day we bring all 5 of you back into the session, and you can explain to everybody else what has been achieved, what you've done. Keshe Foundation, in the next days to come, will make a breakthrough announcements for the operation of the Keshe Foundation and international structure of the Keshe Foundation cooperation with our other works across the planet. We are set in the coming weeks to change the course with help and support of many knowledge seekers. We are working only through knowledge seekers structure and the people who bring people for us to be able to bring the change. Just be prepared for radical changes in science and technology in next year and 2, and be happy a part of it, and you've been participant in it, and you, knowing or not knowingly, in different ways, you have participated to bring this change about. I hope we can help you to reach there, and I hope we can bring what we promised. And we know we are on the right track, and we know we bring the planet to work together to bring that condition. It's not a charity work anymore. Is working together to bring that change, because mankind does not need to be charitable or receive charity, but can work together to bring the change, and all do the same thing at the same time. I hope for those of you who've been around a long time around the foundation will see the breakthrough, and you see the light at the end of the tunnel. Any questions?
Okay, let's go to the Keshe Foundation store and show everyone where you can find this special transmutation test for April. As he said, it is very expensive. It's 5,000 euro plus the value added tax. So this would bring it probably close to 6,000. And then if you have any currency differences, that'll have to be accounted for in there. I know the dollar and the euro, usually the euro is valued at more. So this is quite an expensive, but not so expensive. You're actually bringing a gift to humanity in so many ways. So this is where you'd sign up. They're only looking for 5. If you find out who any of the 5 are, which you probably won't, don't ask them to reveal what happened. As Mr. Keshe said, they're going to sign non-disclosure agreements and they won't be able to discuss it. If you wanted to know, you probably should have been there. But it's going to come out through an app. Didn't he say through an app that you'll be able to reach this transmutation if you're holding any of the headsets from the Keshe Foundation? So let's just take a look. So this is available. I don't know if it's filled up. It says it's still available. And of course, they'll pick and choose who they want from various places around the world, but you can book your flight now. And again, it's a new knowledge that will help develop the system in a way, in a faster way. And I don't know what that involves, but it's something very special. Let's go back. If you're not available for this transmutation test, and there's only 5 openings, you can also sign up for the transmutation flight to destination, which is usually a series of 3 sessions, each one anywhere from 2 hours to more hours. But this is what I think, what they develop in this special transmutation session will be brought into the final one of the April. This one was a February, March, April. Each session is 600 euros plus tax, but they do give you an option to book all 3 for slightly less. And again, this is helping yourself understand it, but especially it's helping the Keshe Foundation team to develop the transmutation system. And as he said, this special transmutation, they're not going to be using the facilities of the Keshe Foundation. Many times I've been in the monthly sessions, and they have a number of different systems running in the background, system 1, 2, 3, other systems that they bring in. But this time it's going to be away from the Keshe Foundation Center. And as he said in the past, you need a plasma generator to create flight. And we don't mean flying like a plane or a UFO or a bird, to create this transmutation where you surpass the physicality and go into that dimension of energy. I experienced a taste of this in the reactor group, and that was a couple of years or more ago, where I went from the matter state to the energy dimension and then back to the matter state. And I've explained this and shared this on a number. So I've had a taste of it in a way, but I didn't change locations. I came back to the exact same location in my kitchen where I was sitting. But we've shared that a number of times, and that was just an amazing. I haven't been able to replicate it, even though I've been going into these flight sessions. But I think, as we've heard with Stefania, she also experienced this in Italy, I think, where they worked on this for quite a while and practicing the transmutation. But again, she said it was not easy to replicate, or she hasn't been able to replicate it. That's why I think there's certain systems that they're using, but this sounds like a more rapid development of the transmutation. And as I was saying earlier, I had a very strong desire to read a testimonial that was delivered some time ago. And I wasn't in the, so I asked permission from the person. They said, yes, I could read it. And then I was hearing that this transmutation, whoops, where did it go? Let's see if we can just go back to that and find it. This was actually read in the Brazilian meeting, which I missed on Friday. Usually I'm there. But let me just read this without a name. There's permission has been given. And this is the regular transmutation test. I would like to share my experience in the latest transmutation flight to destination test testimony. Before the session, we were asked to write down 3 things on a piece of paper. The destination we intended to transmute to, the person we hope to meet, and the energy we wish to receive. Honestly, I wasn't sure where to go. Several ideas crossed my mind. My late grandmother, a space I called home, which I associate with the soul's origin, and someone I deeply care about but cannot physically reach. Let's just make sure we're sharing this, that everyone is seeing it. Yes. Okay, let's see where I couldn't reach. Eventually, I settled on my parents' home. It felt like the most familiar and emotionally connected place to start from. I wanted to connect with my father. He has diabetes, and although I had ordered several pieces of plasma soap for him to try, they haven't arrived yet. My hope was to see if plasma could help him on an emotional and physical level. But I also knew that he's never been open to what I've shared, whether it's about plasma, the soul, or transmutation. He's always rejected it. So this time I decided not to speak at all, that silent line of communication. Instead, I tried using my field silently and gently to send him a message of care. It wasn't about convincing anyone, but rather experimenting with whether a transformation could be initiated purely from my soul's field. Mr. Keshe often emphasizes that the soul is the driver and the physical body is just its manifestation. This exercise wasn't just imagination or observation. It was an attempt to structure my intention into a coherent field, to focus my energy in a specific direction, and allow it to guide the process of field-based transmutation. I followed the instruction, 2 sets of wired headphones, one in my ears, one in my hands, both with the microphone on the left, and I held a small vial containing zinc GANs with amino acids in my right hand to support the field connection. During the session, I experienced a moment of gentle love, subtle, soft, like something sent by a loved one. My right hand went numb, and I felt energy flow through my body. There was a fleeting sense of familiarity, like I had returned home, but it wasn't clear. No images or sounds, just a faint sense of recognition. One thing I remembered from the teaching was this: you must give before you receive. So I gave, a quiet field, a silent intention, a presence full of care. I wasn't doing it to get something in return. I simply offered unconditional love. And in that moment, I felt something come back. I couldn't be sure what it was, but there was a subtle response. After the session, I reflected on whether I had been too cautious, too focused on doing it right. Maybe that mental tension made it harder to fully let go. Mr. Keshe taught us that true connection and transmutation comes not from effort, but from stillness, when we release the fear of the unknown, the need for results, and allow the field to carry us. This experience wasn't about success or failure. It was about trying, about taking the first step to act through the soul. I translate Keshe's teachings into Cantonese every day. To me, it's not a translation, it's cultural preservation. Cantonese is a language with deep history and identity, and I hope that through each translation, I can help future seekers of plasma science translating. Keep giving, one quiet step at a time. Well, thank you for sharing that. And again, everyone in these transmutation sessions seems to have different experiences in a way. As Mr. Keshe said, they're playing with a lot of things in the background. Sometimes he coordinates it as a group, but I think sometimes they also project separate energies into different individuals to learn. This is what it's all about, is really keeping the Keshe Foundation free. And sometimes you may receive a small gift. I don't mean a physical gift, but I mean something within your structure. Or it could be leading up to a change in the, as the soul picks up these energies, it leads to a change in the dimension, within the dimension of physicality, if I could say it that way. So you're all welcome in these sessions. They'll continue. I think May, June, and July will be the next session. You can book one, you can book all three, or you can sign up for the special transmutation, as all of humanity will be able to transmute in the coming time. This is why we're staging the one planet, one nation, one race, borderless, again, without, I'm sure the countries' names will probably stay the same, and maybe the borders will also be there for a while. But the idea of moving so rapidly across all structures, the idea of passports and visas and all this stuff will probably go out the window because it'll just be not able to be controlled in the way they have wanted to control you. So please feel free to sign up and to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Now I'm looking for another video here that I thought I'd play, and this had to do with something they in the store, other products, and I think let's just go back if we can. I think this next one we'll share is about the soap in the soap dish, and then we'll share also the Keshe butterfly phone holder. Again, if you want the AU standard and not the BS standard, you'll go to the Keshe Foundation store and you'll order these products and see how they work. There's a whole variety of them. I think these products will expand as most of these are handmade in small lots. They'll probably become collector's items in the future, but these are some of the original products. This is the Keshe soap holder, which we're going to cover. Again, this puts energy into your regular soap, or if you buy the Keshe Foundation soap, which is embedded with certain plasmas and energies, this will help to recharge it. Beautiful design. If we go back, I think we'll play the phone charger, not the phone charger, but the phone holder. The charger will come later. But let's see if I can just bring this up. If I have it here, I think it's here. And it's in the 583 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, somewhere around 2 hours and 18 minutes. But let's hear a brief description about Mr. Keshe from the phone. I think this is the phone holder.
Any other question? I don't know if you've seen it, Rick, or not. I just received a message in the store. They just launched a new product called Keshe Butterfly phone holder.
Okay,
This
we'll have a look at
if you
that.
can look at it. If you look at it, this was done. It was oncoming for past few weeks now. Actually, it's marketed. Is your phone holder you can put on in, go speak with the, what do you call it, the speaker open or whatever, and it changes the whole dimension of the fields and what we call G5s or whatever which interferes. And interesting enough is that if you put your phones on this, you can see the second picture of it, if you can share. There is two-sided butterflies which are embedded into this structure, which holds the energy back. And then there is a, because it's the whole structure of this material, when you look at the third picture of it, which is on the blue, you can connect this or put this on the back of your telephone or computer, which connects you to that antenna in absorbing all the, what you call, wavelength. I'm sure Knowledge Seeker soon will show the field demonstration of this as we've seen with the others. So you can attach these to the back of your phone or dangle it off your phone, which is connected to the framework, which actually, because of its condition, it's like a star-based formation. And this will be as part of the work of the, what we call, the technology, which is getting distributed in a bigger way. And I hope you enjoyed. It's, I'm sure you feel the difference of it. If you can show the second picture, you can see clearly the position of the two star formations, which literally pulls all the energies between the two. And we'd like to know how you feel when you use it and how does it feel with your systems. Any other question?
Okay, so that's one of the products in the Keshe Foundation store. A lot of people feel that the 5G, and I think it's been demonstrated, it's actually a disclaimer, I think, when you buy a phone, you're signing an agreement that you will not participate in a class action lawsuit if any of the phone fields or rays or interactions with you causes you a problem. So that's one of the things they've sort of hidden within your agreement to accept the phone and the phone company, I think, is that you will not come back on them for any sort of problems that these things create. And as we know, they seem with certain people to create more problems than others, but maybe the others just, it's cumulative and they haven't felt any problems. I don't know. But this is, again, something very nice you can put there to absorb, even though the 5G still comes through. As I understand it, these companies put a lot of other energies around that 5G for whatever reason. Maybe that's just the way it is, or they don't filter it out. So the 5G still comes through, but it's all the rest of the fields that you don't need, I believe, will be blocked. And this is, of course, just my understanding of it, as I've heard that from someone else recently. So that's the Keshe GAN's phone holder. And of course, the others that we saw were those little, they look like gel or resin. He said you could dangle it off the phone or you could put it on the back of your phone and computers. You can go to the Keshe Foundation store. Yes, this is called the Keshe GAN's Butterfly phone holder. And of course, we've seen many of these butterflies, the star formation and so on, but these cannot be replicated. They're one of the least expensive products if you were just to buy a butterfly from the Keshe Foundation store, but Mr. Keshe indicated they're priceless. And this all has to do with the elevation of the soul, even though we're using it to capture some sort of fields. All of these things, depending probably on how they're used, where they're used, can perform different services for you. And now let's just go back to the store again. So this is what we were looking at. These are these little ones that can be put on your phone or in back of the computer if you'd like. And of course, there's different prices in here, which you can see. They're not inexpensive, but what they limit may be helpful to you. So I thought we'd go and just take a look at another product within the store, which is what we mentioned a bit earlier, was the soap holder, which Mr. Keshe had talked about. I had gotten the soap and I need to order some more. I don't know if it's in stock or not in stock. Apparently, the person we read the testimonial was looking for the soap. I know it was quite a popular item, but this is an actual soap holder or dish. Let's just see if we can bring this up if we can, and we'll just play a little excerpt of this.
So this is the Keshe GAN's handmade resin soap holder.
These are built to bring a lot of energy. Those of you who bought the soaps in conjunction with this, you feel the change of energy every time. It's deliberately made this way to bring that change, that difference, and in a way you charge it up. It's like putting it on the charger. And this is part of the structure now we are developing as part of the process, which will be done with new materials in a later date. This is a part of the same as before series of, as I said, we're going into deep into a structure of changing you from the day you start, from when you start your day. And it'll be increased to many other products gradually and will be interacted and brought into it. In a way, when you put your gun soaps on this, you just charge up within you. And it's very interesting the way that they have been built for. At the same time, it develops a lot of processing for disinfecting this part of the structure. Any other question?
It's a lovely, effective design. Like it's, I could see it hanging over the edge of a sink so that your soap drains properly and doesn't get all over the place. I haven't seen such an efficient design before, actually.
Yeah, a lot of time is spent to do this, but it is something sad to do. There'll be more products coming from this range, and right, it will come. It's start using, because this is way whole there. You touch your hand, you wash your hand, you even wash your hand during the day, you receive new energy. You create that dimension. It was with the apple. Now it's in you, it sits on you. It's, I don't know if you know much about the British way of bathing.
Okay, that's the story of the baby in the bathwater. So if you want to find out more about that, you can go to this workshop and hear more about it, how the expression came about, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, which was, again, very instructive. So you can find these products, as I said, if you want AU, gold, and not BS, you'll go to the Keshe Foundation store. And I think a lot of the people who are making products, he talked about a couple hundred, perhaps companies, or a few hundred people, or a few thousand people around this planet making Keshe Foundation products. But if they don't have a license, he said they're fake. And they do want to bring these people into the Keshe Foundation. And I think they'll be producing a lot of products under license and non-disclosure agreements for the Keshe Foundation. This sort of artisan work will probably be in the Keshe Foundation store more and more. Perhaps some paintings, but both the soap holder and the phone holder are not that expensive. They're probably some of the least expensive products you'll find in the Keshe Foundation store. So beautiful as a gift. It may enlighten someone. And as he said, as you use these soaps, the material stays with you. Keep one in your pocket, keep one in the car that you can wash multiple times a day with it and see what the difference makes. He's looking for responses. Again, this is all part of testing and developing the product line, which at one point in time, he said the store will go to tens of thousands of items in there. And if you're an artisan or know an artisan who'd be interested, you can, it's not only for nuclear physicists or people that understand AI, but if you're into the arts and producing things, contact the Keshe Foundation at info@keshe.foundation and see if what you're making now or what you may want to make or with the Keshe Foundation could see if there's a fit for you. Any thoughts, or has anyone anything to share out of the Keshe Foundation store? And these are some of the headphones he was talking about. If you hold these headphones, he talked about specifically the Cosmic Ray Communication Bundle or the Soul Ray Connect, perhaps this one, Soul Ray Connect 2 headsets, and then there's this Cosmic Ray Twinity Magrav. Maybe you just hold that one. But again, he said anyone that was holding a headset would be able, through an app, to perform a transmutation, as I understand it, or part of it as it's developed. Again, this process may take a number of weeks or months, depending on how it goes. But I just thought, again, we're all familiar with the Keshe Foundation store, but this is where you find the real products that are designed and overseen by the professor. And as he said, most of these products, or all of these products within the store, Mr. Keshe said he tests them first and then you lot get them. So this has been well tested, not only with him, but I'm sure with many other people. And they're continuing to ask for feedback from these products in the store, whether you like it or you didn't like it, and what your experience was with it. Because as we see in the flight sessions, that everyone seems to have a slightly different interaction, depending on what's going on in the background, which is not always revealed to us. I thought we'd go and hear the actual teaching. It's only about 30 minutes or so. This should take us up to the top of the hour. And I think we're going to go with somewhere around 10 here, and we'll hear it from the beginning. Any thoughts or questions or comments up to this point? Feel free. Okay, and again, this teaching had a lot to do with working on your own structure, not so much anyone else's structure, but bringing you into that more peaceful, balanced condition, making a twin of the creator in a way. And then, of course, this will lead eventually to the unification of the whole Unicos, but that may take a bit of time. But I think will be quite well accepted in the universe with these emotions. People will probably, this adds a whole new dimension to their society in a way. And of course, many civilizations have been touched by the emotion of man, as he said, but it's only a fraction of the created beings in the universe. So you'll have many places to go and to share emotions and other things. As he said, their knowledge is quite impressive, but it's more of a mechanical type of thing. So this will be introduced, and mankind will be responsible in a way. The creator wants to show the creation where this emotion came from. So let's hear the teaching if we can. It'll bring us to the top of the hour, and then we'll create the Dome of Peace, or continue to create the Dome of Peace. Any thoughts, comments, questions, ideas, or something else you'd like to share? And again, maybe we should try and understand not through our ears, but through our energies. And we know that these workshops are very effective, as he showed graphs in the past where the listeners in the sessions are actually resonating with the teacher, and even probably those in the universal community. As he said, he's going to create this digital to plasma that his voice is now projected into the universe, and this will make a huge difference, as I understand it. So let's listen to the teaching. Again, it's really about you and your understanding and finding out more about yourself and the process of creation. Anyone want to add anything? Here we go.
And once again, we have the honor of having Mr. Mayran Keshe as our presenter and teacher here today. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Feel free to stop it, of course, as usual.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever, whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers workshops from Keshe Foundation and Space Institute. May welcome you back, and we know many more people are joining to learn more, and interesting enough is what we learn is acceptable to us, and we can accept the reality of how we are connected to part of the universal energy. We are another medium in the structure, as are galaxies and stars and planets. But the most interesting part is it came from a ray over the life of the universe, interaction of the fields. It started becoming little entities according to the inertia of the time and the space. In these little dots, finding each other a common denominator balance lead to the creation of planetary system first, and then with a higher order energy became galaxies, and it became stars that made the galaxies, and then the galaxies which made the universe. And now, as we came from the rays of the Creator, became the first atom ever in the universe, and now to galaxies that again coming down the line in reduction of the certain field of strength, back to the human cell, and back to smaller part which is more condensed, more active, we call the soul of the man.
So are you sensing that the creation built up from the smaller to the larger, as opposed to from the bigger bang to the smaller? And of course, this is what this paper that's about to be released by the Keshe Foundation, as he said, we will debunk the whole idea of Big Bang. And I guess some bang happened in somebody's head and he thought it was the way the creation happened. But it does seem like it's built up from the solar system in a way first, and then into a galaxy, into a universe, into a unicos. Anyone experiencing the same thinking or similar?
In a way, if you look at the structure of the creation, we came from a condensed package, opened up, became little things, first atoms, first fundamental elements, and the atoms, and then the planet's structure, and then the creation of the stars, and then the creation of galaxies. And now, in expansion, is condensing back into again a planetary system, and then a man. What's the difference between the soul of the man and the soul of the Creator? And what has made man to become so self-centered? In one of my talks some time ago, I explained the difference between the man and the Creator. If we look at the man, he's selfish. He has to possess everything. He has to be the biggest, the strongest. We fight for possessing another woman. We fight for possessing another man. We fight for possessing entities and materialistic life. And we give a very little back for it. But the difference sits between the two, and that's why needs to be understood. The Creator is the giver with little to attract, not selfish. The man is selfish and very little to give. When the soul of the man comes to that point of balance with the Creator, when it becomes the twin, this is the state with Mitra achieved. I learn love, I share love, and with love I change you. That apple, as we said, is the love. Mitra is the Eve, and the Creator is the Adam. But what do we need to understand? Where does the soul of the man goes? At the point of separation of the dimension of physicality of manifestation on this planet. Surely it does not die, because now it takes a new dimension. Surely where it takes its position, as we've seen, it would not go in the dimension of balancing with its creator to receive the enlightenment or the knowledge of that path of the atom which went through everything to become the energy of the soul of the man. All man chooses to, or the soul of the man, according to the energy attained during his lifetime on this body of the man, to position himself closer to the source, to become part of influencing the others, or away from the source to be influenced by those who create the influencing it, the environment of the creation with the creator.
So again, it seems like we judge ourselves in a way based on what we've done, and whatever energies that dictates the next position, as I understand it. But as we're learning, we can actually find out where we're short, correct that, and actually change our position, whether you start today or tomorrow or the day before. So it's not hard and fast unless you allow this thing to happen to you, and you'll go to whatever position and energy you've created, as I understand it at this point. And apparently the soul already knows. So this idea of standing before the creator, the judging, you actually will, in a way, based on the energies you've given and shared and the rest of this determines your next position. Any other thoughts?
A discussion point will come for man to understand is very simple. Do we become generous or giver the same as the creator, which in balance of the fields, without attachment, with total detachment, that become part of it, we move inside? Or we still carry on with that self-possessing, that due to the strength created in reverse, we keep the distance. This is the definition of the hell and heaven. They put it in different form of fire and the rest of it. But when you become part of, you don't see any. When you're away from it, you get burned by it. Because you become so small that the fire of the love of the Creator burns you. It's the way when you fall in love, but you can't reach it because you made a mistake. You let the love go. If we understand this becomes pivotal point for man, especially to understand this in the dimension of the soul, that any point of reference of the knowledge in the universe does not mean a messenger of the universe, messenger of the Creator. Teachers, yes, but not messengers to be followed. This will bring a lot of knowledge to man if man understands it. The same.
So again, it's very easy apparently to be trapped in the universe by coming across messengers or others. Teachers, yes, but not messengers. So be the last man standing and develop those skills here, and you will not be looking for an intermediary or a guru or a messenger anywhere in the universe. You connect directly to the creator, as I understand it. But I haven't fully achieved it, but this is the goal, to work through. I want to understand the knowledge of your soul, not through the whiteboard or the blackboard or learning in the physicality. I want the energy transfer. As some people said to Mr. Keshe, I want all of your knowledge, all of it. And he said, no, first they couldn't handle all of it, but that way didn't work. So you want what you can take in and comprehend and understand. And I think this is the most beautiful process that goes on. And instead of learning through the physicality, which takes a long time and usually is not that successful.
Same as what we try to do to ingrain within the soul of the man that it takes to span of the universe not to kill. Man has to understand second criterion of the life in the space, that he has the ability, he's being given, is part of his structure that is connected to the source and does not need any intermediaries. If man conquers this through his weaknesses and his physicality, to understand this, then man becomes the best example of life in the universe in the dimension of his energy, or what we call the soul of the man.
So you see what he's saying there, in the dimension of energy, not in the physicality. This is what I'm taking from it. When you go out into the universe, you could go with a craft, but it's quite slow, and then you'll interact with others in that dimension of physicality. When you go in the energy dimension, you don't see the craft and you don't see the individual. You interact with the other soul rather than its physicality or what's holding its physicality.
So the way they framed Adam and Eve and Apple, they framed the same thing as a hell and heaven. Heaven is to become part of, hell is to become away from, that you love to be but you cannot be. The suffering being away from the love. As I said to knowledge seekers, the more you love, the more you come to understand to how hard it is to let that love go.
And what are we translating the love into? Is it unconditional giving? Is this the love that we're talking about?
Because you know the truth and you know the application of the truth. This way, you analyze everything scientifically. And then you understand why many things don't fit in the structure of the life on this planet. We kill to attain energy, but primarily we kill because we want to say we can. We have that power. And this is where the problem sits. Doesn't matter you're a vegetarian, you're a vegan, you're a meat eater, then you become a space eater, and everything else is just a terminology. We tapped into the energy of this planet in the form of animals. If we don't let this habit go, we tap into the energy of the universal life. Then the problem is unsolvable. So it's important for us to understand this. As part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation, we have started this process to feed mankind without the need for food. To bring intelligence to the soul and not to the physicality, to become aware of the life of the universe and not the life on this planet. In the structure of life, one has to be scientific to understand the science of creation and not to listen to those who don't understand anything and they just say that it sounds good. Very much like priests, mullahs, who have no knowledge and they just blubber something because somebody said something and they remember they could not even read and write.
And isn't this what he said about people going into these churches and temples and mosques and the rest of it? He said they like to be baffled. Even though they know what they're hearing is a lot of lies, yet they continue to participate in it. I think he said this in a workshop or two ago.
The same will happen with those of you who now think the AI is your God and creator and he knows everything. He has no soul. is collection of information. Man in his travels in space will meet many, many AIs who have managed to tap into the knowledge of the universe. They don't become your gods, they don't become your prophets. They are just for you to recognize. They are another bank of information in different strength.
Does that mean they have computers in space, or will this just be an entity that has probably gained lots of knowledge, way above your level of knowledge, perhaps? And this becomes an AI to you. I think this is what he's saying, because he said there's apparently on every corner there's a guru. I know in some areas of the world this is actually true, but I didn't think it was in a way happening in the universe, but apparently it is. So this is why he's preparing to take you in as equals and not as to be abused by the others, but you're going to have to figure that out. And that's why he's saying you become the last man standing or last woman standing.
Maybe, as I said in very recent talks, AI has been given to man, or man has developed it to be the first test before he becomes a passenger of the universe. Do not believe whatever voice comes out, but part of it could be reality which I can use, but how much of it do I use? Perception of my own placebo image of what I want to hear. If one understands this, and one understands the structure of the soul of the man with position of emotion, complexity of the emotions, then man becomes a very good candidate to become deliberate passengers of universe. What does this mean? We die, we have no say in it, it's not deliberate, but we transmute, and we do it deliberately, and we are aware of the new dimension, which in turn ingrains in our RNA, in turn it ingrains in our soul and the functions of the soul of the man, the central energy. Then, if you have that power, that at the point of the source of energy as a soul to be, once you detach from this physicality, to be connected directly to the source, because it's part of your structure, and you don't kill for it, why does man kill at this moment of time on this planet? Create wars, creates destruction, creates misery, and what is next? Once man needs to understand this, in the process of coming months, we'll devalue the value of gold. We devalue the currency. We devalue the position of the properties as we give every man one planet to live in. Even we can give a galaxy for a man to own. As I said many times, we heard in the past times that people were banished from one place to another. We see the state of Israel now banishing Palestinians from Gaza and Palestine. But I have made the orders, we banish the tribe of Moses to the far distances of the universe, that they never be seen or heard of. My wish is my command. And the punishment that this tribe receives will be example to the rest of the creation. No one will remember this tribe ever, anywhere in the universe, and no one will ever find them. This is the process to keep the rest in the banner of peace, and show and open the door of peace on this planet. In that way, man will understand that everything depends on his own understanding of his own creation. And with it comes understanding of the strength and connection to the creation and the creator. If you can feel the love of your partner, if you can feel the love of your child, if you can feel the love of a dog, which gives you energy, why don't you expand it further to do the same without killing it? And this is the process that becomes part of the work of the Keshe Foundation, and through its subsidiaries in the commercial world, and through its work through other angles and dimensions we have set up. Awareness of the beauty of the soul of the man by the man himself, and not by the others. Justice within, interact within, and then the wisdom brings peace to the man. And in society, it does not matter where that society is. We live through the dimension of the energy fields of the universe, but we have blocked it to our own brain, but not, and is not, and will not be disconnected from the universe. In a way, we have become our own, what I call, creation of misery, by creating, bringing a filter through it that our soul cannot see, cannot control fully the dimension of physicality. The soul of physicality of the man is the problem of the man. And the sooner the man understands it needs to bring it under the control or tame it, the sooner man will become the passenger of the universe. But the most important part is, what would the soul of the man become? Would it be that starting atom which led to the creation of the planet, the galaxies, and become part of the volume of the universe? Or shall it become another smaller fraction, as it started with the galaxy, the sun, the earth, the man, and the creation of the created by man, which will be much smaller, most probably more powerful, that in essence, in the dimension of balance of the fields, will reach the creator. It will become a partner of it. It becomes the source of it. It becomes the child of Mitra. So, is the man at this point of time creator of the point, energy fields, which will become the parallel or the balance, the twinity with the creator? And it's just a tool. And those who cannot create become those who suffer, or we call the hell, or separation and distance from the creator. In a way, both paths is open to the soul of the man. And it's the man who has to decide for him to become, or for him to create that it becomes. And then the cycle begins, rains back on, connects to. The structure of the life of the man on this planet will change. In the next 12 months, in the next 24 months, everything we knew in the history of the man, life of the man, scientific achievements of the man will change. As we access the new knowledge, as we collectively, as a human race, move one step up, we forget the past. We forgot about the donkey, we forgot about the horses, we forgot about the chariots, we forgot about the carts, we forgot about the cars. And now we are in other levels, and the same thing will happen. Man will put a curtain to the dimension of what he's done up to now on this planet, to himself, and to the others. By having all, man will become generous, that will become himself, the connection and the connector of the totality with the Creator. These are not dreams. In the next few days, in the coming days, we'll open this door, and you will see the change which will come to mankind. not by prophecy, but by science and technology that the man can understand and live by it across the universe. In the next few days, new structure will be released that will bring collectively the man to support man to come out of poverty, to bring knowledge across this planet, and every man, every nation will become part of. The structure we'll set up will change the direction and dimension of the United Nations to one nation, one planet, one race. Collectively working towards it, as the man in America will pay for the man in America, but the contribution of it touches the rest of humanity. The man in Africa will help the African in a dimension of the structure. You all know what I'm talking about, and you've been there and you know how we structured it. We will open this door in the coming days, and will be depending on you which dimension and direction man will take. Collective elevation of the soul of the man as one, or still me, I, everything, and I own. Be ready for the change, and it'll come so swiftly that there'll be no room left for man to think twice. Shall I go back, or am I moving forward? As me going forward brings the rest of the humanity with me as one soul closer to the Creator. You all will understand in coming days, coming weeks and months, how we change the course of humanity with knowledge, technology, science of the universe, and not the science of alloys, guns, and nuclear bombs and the rest of it. Man will be ashamed of what he's done to himself and the others, but in a way it's been part of the process of the maturity of the man. Embrace yourself for the change. But this time change will be changed. Not by us as Keshe Foundation, but collectively as a human race. Understand the value of your soul. Understand the freedom, choice. Understand it's you who decides. The gates of the heaven and the doors of the hell is in your hand. By your own conduct, in respect to the others and nobody else. There's no one to blame. It is you who chooses to sit in the back of the cinema and sees whatever dust through the smoke of the others are smoking and breathing in front of you, what could be on the screen. Or sit on the front row and watch a clear sky and see without interference. You choose the distance and the chair and the position in the center of the universe for yourself and your soul. There are no messengers and there are no prophets, unless you are a banker and you look at the pocket of your soul, banking your own misery. You got to understand, with all the teachings of the past times, it's all been in one direction, to bring man to be ready for understanding his position in the universe, as it's always been in the universal family, but he never understood. It's like a child. It's all him till he finds out there is a mother and a father, and he's part of that family, is not him alone. A man is going through that infancy to join the what we call universal community. And that process of opening the doors of knowledge depends on the soul of the man and not on another man's prophecy. We are universal teachers, and we see the time right to take the man out of the classroom and test him in the open fields of the universe. We welcome you to be part of it. But it's you who welcomes you to be the instrument of positioning yourself to sit in the back of the cinema, to join in the front row. It's you who does the walk. And it's you who decides where to position the soul by the conduct. We go for a break, we come back, and we try as usual to answer your questions.
So again, there's a collective elevation of the entire humanity, and don't be worried about the feeding here. You'll still probably have a bite to eat now and again, but more and more you'll discourage yourself, I think, from doing that. It works quite powerfully. And again, I don't think you'll have to train for it. It'll just be there. So we've all been touched by universal knowledge from a universal messenger. He doesn't speak really to the physicality. He does, but he's also speaking to the soul at the same time. So we've all become elevated and enlightened just by listening, and the fields touch your soul, or the energies of your soul, as I see it. So this is a beautiful way to understand part of the knowledge of the universe. Anyone want to make any comments before we go to the Dome of Peace? Okay, we're creating this peace dome. I think everyone here knows exactly what needs to be done. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's not the quantity of it, but the quality of it. And we'll just take a couple of minutes, in a few minutes, just to go through that process and remind everyone. And of course, the first step of the Dome of Peace is to something for your physicality to do to release the Gans waters. Let's just hear from Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and as we've heard Mr. Keshe express, the Brazilian community is a very, very special structure in the Keshe Foundation. And of course, they remind us about this. We see posts all the time about releasing the Gans waters at 12 p.m. and or 6 p.m. or both. And very simple, go to the Keshe Foundation wiki, you'll learn how to make a Gans, and we use the water above the Gans, not the Gans itself, and then you can release it into the environment, either by spraying or however you choose to do that. Again, we're continuing to do this. The Chinese have probably been doing it for over a decade now, as I understand it. But it has its way. The material has intelligence, and it tries to bring balance. It knows where to go, and it knows what to do in bringing that balance. So it's just you who releasing it in a way and adding your intentions to it. So that's the first step of the Dome of Peace, is something for the physicality to do. And again, we, in a way, do it together at certain times, but you can also release it at any time, day or night, on any day of the week. Okay, we're going to go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which is using the collective power of the souls. And let's hear from Shweta. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MK Keshe. Thank you. If anybody.
Okay, thank you, Shweta. And of course, the Brazilian team, this beautiful team that we have in Brazil, and you can join the intention on Wednesday or every day in a formal meeting on the Telegram or in YouTube or perhaps in Zoom. I'm not fully sure, but these intentions, you can see the time. It's an actual meeting, and you can attend and add your thoughts and practice your giving in a way to elevate the soul of this planet through the collective energies of the true nature of us, which is a non-dimensional, non-tangible dimension. We've always thought of ourselves in our physicality, but this is sort of opening up this new toy or this new dimension. We had an inkling of it, but we've never fully understood it. I don't think we fully understand it yet, but we're working all in that dimension. So we thank the beautiful Brazilian team that we have for carrying on without fail. And as Mr. Keshe said, they will have in a way, a special position once they already are special in the structure of the Keshe Foundation, but that will increase as the AI and the rest of this comes into play more and more. So we thank the Brazilian team and we elevate all their souls in so many ways. Okay, so we're just going to, let me just put up this other one. At 9 p.m. Central European Time, summertime, which it is now, you can join again on the energy level, the non-tangible energy level. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family and unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Well, we know we're already unified, but we're collectively putting our energies together for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So you're welcome to join at that time. Doesn't matter if you're working, you're not working. You can give a nanosecond as we will repeat. It's not the quantity, but it's the quality as I see it at this point. But you can extend that to many times a day and start practicing this dimension of energy, which you'll use if you want to become a passenger of the universe. This giving and taking and giving more. Okay, so what we'll do now is just take 2.5 minutes if we can.
Hello, Mark.
Yes?
Could you take another 10 minutes after this, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, we can extend this to 5 minutes. How about that? And that will bring half of the time. And then, of course, we do have this video. I wanted to play the beauty of the Brazilian team. So okay, we'll take 2.5 minutes now. We'll play that video, and then I think Alex will be more than ready to join us. So let's take 2.5 minutes and just practice this giving. And the beauty of it is nobody fails this test. So however you work it and start practicing and giving to the others, the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna and beyond, and the souls of humanity, the souls of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let's just take that 2.5 minutes now. Then we'll come back and hear the video of the beauty of the Brazilian knowledge seekers team. And we can start now. Okay, and that's how simple and easy the process is. It doesn't take a lot of energy to work through this dimension of the soul. It's not grunting and struggling and using your physicality whatsoever. Actually, your physicality is not involved in this. And it's also teaching you to work in this dimension when you go into the dimension of energy in the universe. So it has a multi-pronged understanding that comes to you the more you work and decide to give to the others rather than to take. We need to move into this line of giving. So let's thank you all again for your participation and continued participation in this process. And I'd like to play the Brazilian community is a very, very special structure in the Keshe Foundation. And I think Alex will be ready to join us. I didn't think we'd have time for this, but thank you, Alex, for giving me a few more minutes. I think this is around 6 minutes, and then we'll be back. Any thoughts or questions or comments anyone would like to make? All right, let's go ahead.
We're good now. You're back here. So.
Back here.
Did you hear the question?
I don't understand what it means.
Okay, so let me just say it again. The souls that interact in the Keshe Foundation Brazil group through emotion and intention create a new entity that is the soul of the group through interactions of the magnetic and gravitational fields. Can this new entity created by the collective interaction of the group manifest itself physically?
I think the answer to it is yes, but not the way you see it. It physically comes in the outcome of what you do and what is achieved. Brazil community is a very, very special structure in the Keshe Foundation. It's become through the work of the leadership of Rafael and a lot of people in the background. We know that what we call the Keshe Foundation Brazil is one of the most tested foundation structures, maybe the same as Iran and more than Iran. Iranian Keshe Foundation has been well tested by Ayatollah Khamenei and his entourage and the whole of the team of Iranian government, and we stood the whole lot of it. But Brazilians have been tested in a very special way. Those who are working around the Brazilian structure, being with us in 2019 when we came to Brazil twice for the conference and the backup conference, we saw how in 2020 they were split deliberately. The movement was to split the Brazilian community, and we saw how actually individuals had to judge, can I be part of, can I be or join the other side of the, what do you call it, the destruction of oneself, as I called it. And number of very active Keshe Foundation members, we advised them for their own safety and security to move away from the foundation at that time. We saw people who literally devoted their life to it. You South Americans, primarily Brazilians and the rest, have a different understanding of the technology than the Europeans and Americans. I always said, I remember when we put out the peace treaty, if you read the text of the peace treaty, it says, I commit my soul and my physicality to peace in a way. Brazilians, a few of them wrote to us, I cannot give you my soul, I already given it to Christ. We said, we never asked you to give us anything. You commit your soul to Christ even through peace. And this brought a lot of insight in the way this community works and things. And the way we see the work of the Keshe Foundation community in Brazil. And now we see them how they openly work with the rest of the Keshe Foundation structure around the world, especially with Chinese and other nationalities. Has brought us a lot of hope here, literally embedding the culture of peace, the culture of knowledge in other communities, the openness, unconditional love. And we see it every day. There is not a day we don't get touched by you. The evidence of it is that every day without fail, the whole Keshe Foundation community gets a message from Keshe Foundation Brazil on a regular basis without fail, one way or another. If you go into some of the communities which are not active, you see only one message. Rafael, every day, posts from the Brazilian, what did they do, what has been done, what has been achieved. And they've been there all the time. So in a way, you have manifested your work. You don't need to say if it does, it already has. And I'm sure the Brazilian community, in conjunction with the Chinese and the others, will shine thoroughly and truly in next coming times, the way it's done. So, would it manifest itself in physicality? It has already manifested in physicality. And it manifests itself every day. If it's a few minutes late, sometimes an hour late, I say, what happened to Rafael? What did the Brazilian do today? So don't worry about it. You already manifested yourself as your work and operations backbone of there. A lot of new communication with the Keshe Foundation, I'm sure, with what is to come with the public relationship of the Keshe Foundation. Brazil will play a prominent role in this direction. Don't worry about it. Yes, you already have.
Okay, good answer.
Okay, we thank the Brazilian team for their leadership and their dedication to the knowledge, as we all are, but they haven't seemed to miss a beat. I know we have some Brazilian knowledge seekers here, but they may not be able to come to their mic at the moment, but we can see and reflect the work that they're doing. It's a beautiful work, and I feel in the future we'll all, in a way, coalesce into one language community, and that'll be the language of unconditional giving. So I think the independence of the language communities will then solidify as the plasma comes together in the same way into one group. But that may be down the road a ways once the nations lose their names and the rest of this. Any thoughts or comments anyone wants to make? And again, we elevate the soul of the Brazilian team. We continue to add energies, and that's what we're doing with the Ganses and our souls to the leaders or to the planet, continuing to add energy. And I thought this was the solution, but apparently certain groups of people on this planet are going to be made an example of, that no one in the future misbehaves in a way in the same way. Hopefully it won't be all, but there'll be a remnant remaining, but we'll have to see what exactly, and I may be totally not understanding what Mr. Keshe is saying at that point, but there's a lot of work to done. And I know he had mentioned that when he talked about the United States and being only 5% of the world's population and making the most wars and creating wars on this planet. And he used the example of the Mayan culture, which was a culture of death. And he said, and apparently they were removed. And he said, we did it to the Mayans, we can do it further up north. So that was a warning in a way, not a threat, but it was in a way, it was a threat of the enforcement of peace on this planet. So hopefully, and again, this was years ago, and the United States still seems to be, and I'm hoping what we see being set up is more or less a bluff, but sometimes when you're in these positions, somebody does a wrong thing or somebody throws a wrench into the works, it can get really out of control very quickly. So we continue to elevate everyone for the peaceful position and talking things out rather than bombing things out. And that's a terrible way to go. And again, we're going to be embarrassed by our behavior in the coming time. Man will be ashamed of what he's done to each other. So we're coming into the point where we will give to the other what they need rather than try and push them down, take away from them and the rest. Let's see if Alex has completed the frosting on the cake, if I could put it that way. Alex, are you ready to take over?
Yes, you can put it that way. And thank you very much for making that accommodation. And so we'd like to get down to some business. So please stand by for the disclaimer. Thank you very much.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, everybody. And welcome to another Sunday afternoon. And let's just see if we can get the show organized here. And this is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025. And what makes this meeting so important is the fact that it follows up on the Thursday's Knowledge Seekers workshops and Friday's Brazilian meeting, and of course the wonderful leadership from Mark Anderson, and who's been doing this for many years, as many of us have. And we wonder why we've been doing this, because there's a lot of information that we need to impart, but not only that, there's a lot of people that we need to help along, just as we've been helped along. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, as we are discussing advanced inertia. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is April the 6th of 2025. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We're trying to condense the business here so that we can elevate our teaching skills and then elevate our Mark, are you seeing the screen okay?
Yes, I am, other than the foils on the side. And I know there's some sort of adjustment you have to make or button you have to push to disperse those, but it does work either way.
Things.
I think that's the ticket.
Okay, well, this is very good. And okay, the technology is so wonderful. All
Angular density, April 6th, 2025.
Yes, so that's one of the reasons I was distracted, is just trying to get the video screens up in the proper space. And so this is the challenge we all face as teachers. We have technological challenges, we have knowledge challenges, environmental challenges as well. And notwithstanding age and all the other things that are going on, and of course, we have to mention the resistance. resistance to prevent this this change. So how do we break through with that? And then that's one of the ways is with the knowledge that what we're saying. So how do we condense all the thousands of hours of teaching? Well, each of us is going to have to take away what we can from this knowledge and see what we can do to create a practical application for this. So what I'm trying to do is to help the knowledge seekers with respect to the dialogue, the terminology, point of view, and understanding the relationships that we're trying to create. Since we're not all scientists, and it's very difficult to have this discussion for everybody, but there are basic things that we do have to know. And this is one of the reasons we keep teaching this. So please take whatever you can in terms of your ability, and then make sure that you process it for your ability, because you are all going to be teachers at some point in time. And you don't have to make a career out of it. And you just have to make sure that your family is benefiting from what you're trying to teach. Because here we are, we're all on the hesitancy highway, and we want to get off this highway because it's the lowest energy state. And of course, there's a lot of focus now on the westward side, just like we did in the old days where the wagon trains were westward bound. And of course, we had a lot of tumbleweeds that would slow us down. But, you know, there are pioneers, and we were the pioneers. And today we're pioneers of a different sort, and we're laying down different tracks. So let's follow these tracks, because in our endeavors to search for outer space, we have to understand what it means with respect to outer space and how it's reflected to the kind of space that we think is outer space and has been hidden from us. And this all is required for us to gain the density momentum on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And it is a little pie. And we keep referring it to a little pie because we seem to be very satisfied with that. And so if you're satisfied with that, you don't need to go any further. But if you want to understand how we can make our little piece of the pie a little heaven, we have to understand how the rest of the universe operates. And we have to question what is the difference and why is the difference. And as we always say, why is the answer. So that means something is not working. Well, what is working are the teachings of Marantabakali Keshe, as he's put down in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And this becomes a matter of great importance because we need to go through life and understand this. And it is a real travesty of justice if we don't understand how matter is created and go through all of life without answering that fundamental question. And so many of us are in that dilemma. And as we try and recover from that, we understand that there is light, and we always want to shine the light on the subject. But where does this light come from? And does it have a structure? And book number 2 certainly discusses that. And then, of course, there's book number 3, which talks about the origin of the universe. And that would be very handy to know, isn't it? Because that's the difference between our tiny little perfect world and the rest of the universe. And we see that our little universe has a reflection of a sister universe, and it is of much bigger nature. And this is kind of a good thing, because we have to understand that when we were born with babies, and we had parents, and the parents were certainly bigger than we are. And then we grew up and we became parents. Well, it's time for this planet to grow up, isn't it? And this is what we're talking about. So we've tried for 372 weeks to bring together the one nation, one planet, one race for justice and world peace with the members of the Universal Council headed by Rick Crammond and company. And the whole purpose of this is to understand that we're all part of the humanity community. we're all part of the humanity community. We're all part of the humanity family. And family members really shouldn't argue, shouldn't fight, and shouldn't kill each other. And yet we do. And so this is a real strange aspect of our one planet. So in order for us to continue fighting like that, then we have to divide and conquer and to understand that we are just a bunch of fragments. And of course, each fragment wants to maintain its position. And to understand the rules of the game, we were given these 10 commandments, only to find out that there were another 14 commandments. And then we put them together and we got that case of 24 commandments that we all need to understand. And of course, it's very important for us to follow these commandments because the trees don't, the cows don't, the fish don't. And so someone has to, I guess. Is that the rule, or is this a fantasy? Are we the ones that need to have these commandments because we just don't get it, and the rest of the world and the universe does get it? So this is the first clue, isn't it? This is a clue that we are not on the transmutation highway. So when people question you, has the Keshe technology been, proven? So the answer to that question is quite direct. What we've been presented with has been proven to be an utter failure. So as an old timer, I can attest to the fact that I remember quite clearly being a teenager and looking forward to adulthood and the wonders of the world. And clearly we can see that our world has, despite the technology, diminished in its capabilities. So the technological advancements have been there, but the humanity advancements has not. And it was a shock for most of us. Because we were in the post-World War II era, and it was disgusting to learn about our history. And we are faced with rewriting a new history, and possibly equally disgusting. But does it have to be that way? And we find that not really, because the universe has a different game plan. It's on a different highway, and we're connected to that through the carbon highway. And this carbon is actually an inertia field, and that's the discussion of this advanced inertia. And so we have to come around to kind of putting this package together to understand what this carbon inertia highway is. And so we have to understand that it requires a duality. And when we look at the carbon itself, we only see it in its singularity. But remember, we have 24 commandments. So how do we go from carbon 12 to 24 commandments? So we start to see that there's only half the picture. And the reason it's only half the picture is because when we extend to the higher elements, we find that, well, there's carbon 14 and carbon 10. And so there's a relationship in the transition highway between those two, and that's totals to 24. And then if we go into the transmutation highway, we find carbon 16 and carbon 8, and that's 24. So clearly we're missing something on the lower level, and this is part of the advanced inertia teaching that we're talking about now. So not only are we looking at the inertia field of what we have in the matter state, not only are we looking at the coming together of the inertia fields of the higher energies, but we also have to take into account the parallel inertia fields. And not only that, but we have to understand that it's possible that what we're seeing is really an illusion. And the reason we're saying that is because we tend to believe our experiences. So that becomes a reflection on our part. And as we're pioneering America, as we say, we're starting to realize that there's another kind of eagle's gift. Because there's a whole world out there that is also part of the inertia. And we need to take that into account. And the evidence is clearly there. Because when we say, let there be light, so if you have a flashlight in your hand, you can turn on that flashlight. But if we say, let there be light, who's turning on that flashlight? And where are they exactly? So what we do know is that there is a source. And so this becomes very, very important. That becomes the foundation of the carbon inertia highways. So let's not just look at half the picture. And let's understand that our ability to put everything together is consistent of what we call principal matter. And these are the PM ticks that are traveling through the universe, through outer space. And there's a force field that's an interaction of it, and it creates a MAGRAV condition. So the question really comes down to is what is our point of view? And, you know, we all like to look at it one way or look at it another way. And my father used to always say, why don't we look at it the right way? So that becomes another question. What is the right way? And so the right way really has to do with consistency, because when we see our life as it's chaotic and claimed to be random, that part is consistent. But there are other factors at play, because what we're looking for is a consistency within our practical, scientific, and religious understanding and orientation, because this has to do with our relationships. So our relationships have to do with personal, family, community, and also with the environment. And so all of this is a reflection of our tensity relationship. So we say fundamentally it's a magnetical and gravitational balance field, which we call a MAGRAV. But we see the singularity of the scientific community, and they're focused on the conservation of magnetic fields and conservation of energy. And then we see the spiritual community that is wrestling with the difference between the spirit and the soul, and not understanding that the spirit is the motor of the soul. And so how do we bring the dream state and the awake state together? And this is the responsibility of the plasma science, which adds to the knowledge, but at what rate of change? And can we change that rate of change? And why not? So we were progressing by walking, then we rode horses, and now, you know, we've graduated to being the four-wheelers of creation. And we're just starting to understand that whenever there's a creation, there's also a natural decay. And the decay is kind of an unfortunate word, because it it signifies a diminishing. And in a way, it is a diminishing. However, it is also counterbalancing of that creation. And so whether it's a creation or a destruction, even destruction is a form of creation. And so to substantiate the destruction, whoever is doing that creation is also going through a natural decay. So this is really a balance between the intensity and the outensity of creation and the intensity and outensity of natural decay. But, you know, there's a relationship that is bonding these things together, and that is the inertia bonding. And since we don't understand it, we try and come up with cute answers, which really kind of just fudge our knowledge, and this becomes the bonding fudge factor. However, if we can understand better the nature of this, that there is actually a plasma inertia junction, and that junction is the medium point between the transition matter on one track and the transition matter on another track. And so this plasma inertia junction becomes the transfer state dimension. And it seems to be, in balance, where 1 and 1 equals 2 kind of thing. But what we want to look at more closely is the relationship of the plasma inertia junction in 3 dimensions. It's very easy to discuss in 2 dimensions. So what we understand, for instance, when we look at the wind patterns around the world, we see that there is easterlies and westerlies and northeasterlies and southeasterlies and polar easterlies. So these are winds that go in opposite direction. And as such, they have a different kind of rotation. So what's important is that there are opposite motions. And yet, the Earth is rotating in one direction. But the opposite motion with respect to our point of view, the sun seems to be going in the opposite direction. So whether it's an easterly or a westerly, you'll have to kind of decide from your point of view. So here we are looking at a 2-dimensional picture. So obviously the westerlies, if the north is up top and the south is at the bottom, then the west is on the left and the east is on the right. Okay, so the westerlies are wind that comes from the west, and the easterlies are wind that comes from the east. So, however, the Earth keeps rotating in one direction. So how does the rotation of the Earth in one direction give wind operating in 2 directions? So something else is going on here. We spend many years discussing MAGRAV coils, and we've spent many hours discussing magnetical and gravitational force fields. But what we have to determine is our point of view, because despite the arguments, the one factor remains that if the point of view is determined, then the argument can be made. Without the point of view, then the argument is argumentative. So if we look at the MAGRAV coils, where we have an outer coil and an inner coil, and maybe we have a Gans ball in the middle, very traditional with respect to the plasma teachings of many, many years ago, and we still teach it, and it's still instructive to learn about. But what we want to focus on here is that the outer coil is magnetical and the inner coil is gravitational. And what we want to focus on is our position. And imagine if we were standing on the North Pole and looking down. So what we can see is that the magnetical is in counterclockwise and the gravitational is clockwise. And that was the beginning of the discussions and contentious issues. So if we understand our point of view, then from that perspective, we can make that determination. But let's change our point of view. Let's get on the coil. And so if we follow the magnetical coil, which is the outer coil, and if we follow its path, and we sit on that coil and look at its point of view, and if we say, well, the magnetical field is counterclockwise and the gravitational field is clockwise, then we can see that the field itself is rotating around the coil perpendicular to the direction of the coil. If we look at the gravitational coil on the inside and it's rotating in the opposite direction, and if we get on that coil and from its point of view, we see the same relationship. The magnetical field is counterclockwise, the gravitational field is clockwise. And then we have to understand, because now we're talking about advanced inertia, is that within the coil is a gravitational construct, because you cannot have a magnetical construct without a gravitational construct. So if the magnetical field is from the point of view of the magnetical coil running in a counterclockwise direction, there is a gravitational force field running in a clockwise direction. So to understand this, we have to climb back up to the top of the center core and look down, and then we can see, oh, wait a second, the inner coil, which was gravitational, has a magnetical counterpart, and it is traveling in the same direction as the outer coil. And so the gravitational is traveling in the same direction on the both coils as well. It's just that on one coil, the outer coil is considered a magnetical coil, and the inside coil is considered a gravitational coil. So this may sound confusing, but if you enter into the point of view and then make the argument, then it becomes easy to discuss. However, this is only a two-dimensional structure. So when we're looking at the three-dimensional structure, then we see that it isn't just magnetical gravitational. The magnetical is a negative charge and the gravitational is a positive charge. And this becomes very important to understand in terms of physics. And it also becomes very important to understand in terms of a gradient charge. So as we discussed last week, the gradient charge is the negative positive junction. And as such, it creates a perpendicular momentum. And that momentum is representative of mass and motion. So you cannot have that without both magnetical and gravitational field. So there's a force field in one direction, but in the process of creating that force field in that one direction, there is also a rotating field that goes around it, and it's creating a perpendicular force field. But in terms of the construct, then you start to become another circular field, which has gained momentum. And then there are other circular fields that likewise gain momentum, and they start to stack. So what is your point of view in terms of determining whether it's negative or positive? So in this case, we are looking at it from the sun's point of view. So the sun being gravitational, and the charges that are emanating from that, of course, are being magnetical, right? And so they create a rotating field containment. So we've gone from a ray to a field. And in that process, we are accepting a gradient momentum. And so there's a conservational momentum, as we discussed, where the amount of momentum remains constant. So momentum is neither created nor destroyed, but only changed through the action of forces, as described by Newton's law of motion. Well, which means that just like energy, energy comes from one source and is transferred to another source. So there's no such thing as creation or destruction. In other words, it's all creation. It's only from your point of view, whether it's creation or destruction. And for some people, destruction is creation, and that's all they cling to. But if you look at the way the universe is constructed, what we do know is that creating a field of destruction is a lost cause and is a failure. So when we look at the conservation of inertia, we have to understand that there's a mag-grav energy transfer state. And that too is in balance. And so if we just understand our basic plasma science, which we see that we've graduated from the atomic state to the nano state, which is monatomic, to the GAN state, which is kind of like a popcorn field that is much bigger and much stronger in terms of its potential energy. And so we have to understand that each of these fields are a product. Each of these fields are a combination, inertia, product, field of the magnetical gravitational force fields on the one side, balanced off by the magnetical gravitational force fields on the other side, which are representative as a convergence in the matter gen state. In the matter gen state, which is not specified whether or not it's a physical matter or a plasmatic matter. And the transfer state, of course, is affected by its susceptibility, which of course involves a magnetical gravitational relationship. So with our physicality, we understand that we have a nearness and proximity to the plasma state because we see, from our point of view, we see our physicality. But what we have to understand from our inertia point of view is that we are a product of the plasma state, and not one, but two, because in order for us to be a product, there has to be 1 plus 1 to equal 2. That is the plasma junction and the conservation of inertia. So when we discuss the conservation of angular momentum, we see that it equals the moment of inertia plus the angular velocity. So just like light and its intensity, the relationship of angular momentum is inversely proportional to angular velocity. And the moment of inertia is conserved. Okay, well, this is good. So we know that it's conserved. But if we only see one side, then, where is the other side? And so that has to be always the question that we're asking, because when we're looking at the gradient momentum of a rotating field, it involves magnitude and direction. So just like a cartwheel where you're rolling around, or you put a ball on a string and you whip it around your head, what you have to look at is that the energy is going from a higher to a lower. And so the center focal point is the gravitational energy, and the arc that it creates as it is rotating on that field is the magnetical momentum. And of course, in a two-dimensional structure, it looks like it's falling. but it's affected by density. So when we look at the density gradient, that is an inertia accommodation. And if there is no inertia, in other words, inertia at zero, that would see no change in angular momentum. So how can we have a conservation of momentum at zero? Well, that would become a catalytic conservation. So when we look at the sun, it comes up every day, repeatedly. So it doesn't appear to be consumed. It becomes catalytic converter. And as such, to be catalytic, it means it's exchanging energy without being consumed. So therefore, there has to be some kind of density gradient to maintain that inertia at the 0 point. So if you were standing on the North Pole, for instance, and the Earth is rotating, then the velocity is measured by the distance times time. So the Earth travels around its circumference once a day. So if you're standing on the North Pole, you don't have to go very far, but you're going to take all day. But if you're standing, say, at the 60 degrees north latitude, you have to travel farther. And if you traveled at 30 degrees north latitude, well, you have to travel farther still. Within the same 24 hours, of course. And then, of course, at the equator, well, that is the maximum you would have to travel. Except if you were a satellite, then the maximum would actually go off the Earth and go around the Earth. However, each and every time you go through this rotation, you come closer to the core of the Earth. So satellites eventually do fall out of the sky. And so this becomes the point. If you're standing on the North Pole and you want to move to the south, to the equator, you want to move south to the equator, you have to basically follow the path of angular momentum. And so there's a lot less Earth at the North Pole, and there's a lot fatter Earth at the equator. And so the fatter Earth at the equator is more dense. So the traveling from the North Pole to the equator is a movement towards density. And if it's a movement to density, then it's a movement to absorption of energy. So if we're looking at the distance traveled, we have to not just look at the measurement of the distance, but we have to look at the mass of the energy. Because we can travel that short distance at the North Pole in 24 hours, but we can travel that big distance at the equator in 24 hours. So there is a difference, even though time is the same. So we are talking about angular density, where we understand that the momentum of the rotation is actually falling. It's a falling. And so that causes an increase in density. And the more dense it is, it causes an increase in pressure. And so we see that as an increase in gravity. And so we can say that the angular momentum equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. And so we see that the angular velocity is the same, whether it's at the North Pole or at the equator. What is changing is really the density. How does the density change? So there's a momentum in the density where we are adding to or diminishing from. And so we see that by adding to, it's magnetical, it's counterclockwise. If you stand at the North Pole and you look down, from your point of view, the Earth is rotating counterclockwise. And so what that means is that coming from the gravitational point of view, it would be rotating in a clockwise direction. And the combination of the two becomes the inertia field. And so it becomes more dense. And so we find that the gravity is seeking density. But the magnetical is seeking density. So we have a problem here. Is this a conflict point or is this a binding zone? So with the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, that question is what persists. But if we understand that that zone becomes a point of inertia, then it's our point of view, whether it's a conflict zone or a binding zone. So here comes our point of view again. If we see the energy binding as being necessary, and we have a self-serving need, do we need to take it at the expense of others? Do we need to take it at the expense of the rest of our humanity family, or the vertical family, or the horizontal family, the carrots and the cows? Or can we take it from the universal family that is giving unconditionally? So when we look at our humanity civilization, we see that there is a contention dependency, because in order for us to maintain our enthusiasm about our life, we have to make sure that we're all divided. So we have initially basically 7 civilizations. But what's interesting is that they all have the same story, and that is the Great Flood. So this contentious issue between civilizations, countries, continents, between sports teams, between armies, these are all dependent on contention. And so it becomes convoluted. So we all seem to come from the same story. We all seem to want to work on the same planet, but we don't want to work together. Something's missing. So it's this confusion with this core dependency. So we see that there's the twofold looking at the electron, because it's either an electron or it's a positron, but it is considered magnetic because when we compare it to the neutron or the proton, it is gravitational. So it's kind of like looking at me and my shadow, trying to figure out what am I creating and what am I casting? And it all comes from the core dependency to understand that there are mag-grav pathways. And so this is the attraction forces, which we consider gravitational. So it comes from intensity. But that intensity is a feedback from what we get from the repulsion forces of the magnetical force fields, which are part of the outensity. So that becomes part of the feeding. So we can feed ourselves with the magnetical field forces, or we can give out magnetical field forces. So now we understand what the conflict point, because there is this magnetical consistency, regardless of the rotating field. It is still an electron, proton, or an electron-neutron relationship, where the electron is magnetical and the neutron is gravitational. So regardless of its position around through the whole rotating field, there is a magnetical consistency. However, the question that I'm putting forward, it's nice to look at the picture in 2 dimensions as we goes around. But what we want to envision is what it's like in 3 dimensions. And so if we look at the Earth and we see, well, the Earth seems to rotate in one direction, and yet it consists of multiple dimensions. So when we look at the cups of life, and if we apply this plasma science to it, we can see that there's an inner strength that comes from the core space and is reflected in the emotional strength. And so there's an interaction by the nanocoding process of the monatomic science. And so we created cups of life, which are very physical, and yet we created ganses, and not just simple ganses, but we created different ganses with different radiance manifestations. So the ganses were a manifestation, which means it's a product, and it's a coming together of 2 fields. And so therefore the ganses are always a combination, such as carbon dioxide, calcium carbonate, copper oxide, zinc oxide, hydrogen dioxide, and amino acid. And so the amino acid is even more complex. And then there's gold oxide. And there are ganses of everything, including the soul. And so each of them has a magnetical gravitational relationship, but when they come together as one. So we see the cup of the soul is a combination of the cup of the emotion and the cup of the physicality and the cup of the soul. And as a product, it becomes the one-track cup of the soul, representing an inertia field. And that inertia field is much more dense. So when we look at our brains, which are reflected at the cup of the universe, then we find that that is a product of a different kind of inertia field, because it involves a different source, but it follows the same rules, where we have the manifestation of the energy that is coming from the universe, creating this carbogen state, which has the duality of the zinc gans, which is emotional, and the copper gans, which is physical. So it's the coming together of 1 + 1 plus another 1, and it's creating more than 3 fields. And it's coming from the hemispheric synchronization of the left and right side of the brain, which is gravitational, whereas it's magnetical. And so when we look at the ganses of the Earth and the grand central junction, all the ganses are gravitational, whereas the magnetical. And when we look at the periodic table, we find that they are sorted by the proton. That's the numeric relevance. But when you look at the mass going through the periodic table of elements, it becomes more dense. So we see clearly that through the rotation of the Earth, around its axis, which creates that rotating field which we're familiar with. But the Earth itself rotates around the sun, and as such, we're building up a rotating field and increasing the density. So over time, through each subsequent rotation, the angular density of the Earth increases. So now we understand there's a relationship to the periodic table of consistency where all the elements are sorted out through their angular density. And so we see that that density is a creation from the falling, from the gravitational falling, where the gravity is seeking density. But in order for the gravity to have this energy, that energy has to come from another source, and that source is magnetical. So in the beginning, we had the neutron, which is gravitational, and then that came before the atom and the PM tick, because from the creation of the neutron, which came from the darkness, said, let there be light. So we created electron proton, which is a combination of the atom, but there's a difference in the mass, and that difference was in the PM tick, and that PM tick was purely magnetical. So the atom, the electron-proton relationship was the magnetical-gravitational relationship, because without that, you couldn't have an atom, which is basically a mag-rav condition. And you couldn't have light, which also is a mag-rav condition, because it's a coming together of the principal matter. So the PM ticks coming from the universe come together in the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter-gen convergence, and they convert into a plasma gen. And then the plasma gen, with the inertia field of the Earth, comes together with a mag-rav condition, which creates this physical planet, which rotates. And then we've come here the same way, but we don't rotate. We walk. So when we look at the construct of the plasma is operating by the same set of rules, but it's operating in a different construct. So there is a magnetical plasma, and there's a gravitational plasma. And when these plasmas come together, then they create a mag-rav condition. So when we look at the Earth and we understand that the hemispheres rotate plasmatically, and if you're standing on the North Pole and you look down, from your point of view, it's counterclockwise. But if you go to the South Pole and you're standing on the South Pole and looking down, from your point of view, it's counterclockwise. So the Northern Hemisphere is rotating in one direction and the Southern Hemisphere is rotating in the opposite direction. So let's paraphrase this. From your point of view, standing on the North Pole, the rotation of the hemisphere is magnetical. And the Southern Hemisphere is rotating gravitationally. If you're standing on the South Pole and looking through, from your point of view, the Southern Hemisphere is magnetical and the Northern Hemisphere would be gravitational. And you say, well, one side seems to be correct and the other one seems to be upside down. But the truth of the matter is that they're both right. Because the Earth is rotating in one direction for both. So without this two-way street, the inertia field of the Earth would be impossible. And so the Earth is here, and it is possible. And that's proven. And so there's energy that is transferred. So there are these rays that are created. There's rays that are emitted. And so some of these rays are absorbed. And they are absorbed at light speed. And in order to be absorbed, light has to be emitted in the form of energy. And so that energy is emitted at light speed. And so that energy can go within itself, or it should be shared with another. And of course, it's very difficult to be all by your lonesome, because then you would have to kind of extricate yourself from the universe, and that is not possible. So we have to look at that. Every MAGRAV field is constructed through the angular density of two other force fields. So every construct becomes a product of inertia. And so that product is gravitational. That product takes in energy from a magnetical source, an energy pack that is traveling through the universe. And it's in a package. We don't know exactly where it's going to come, but it comes and it's absorbed. And there are reasons for it to be absorbed. So there has to be a common denominator in order to do that, because if there isn't, that energy just passes right on through, keeps on going. So we know that there's a lot of energy that's coming in. But this energy is magnetical. And so if that energy is coming in on a magnetical basis, and it is the convergence of three dimensions of antimatter, dark matter, and matter state, then somehow it's going from a ray to a field, and it begins a rotation in a counterclockwise direction. And it doesn't matter if you're on the north hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, it comes the same way. But if you want to have a counterclockwise magnetical field, you have to understand that there is also a clockwise gravitational field. And so these two fields come together to create a MAGRAV condition. And so now you understand, in the MAGRAV condition, that is a product. And that is an inertia field. And it acts as a one. But it's a product from two other fields. So it has to be representative of the balance of those field forces. That is your matter plasma dimension, where one side is gravitational, where you can touch it and you can see it, where the other is magnetical, which you can't touch it or can't see it. But we say it's plasmatic. But because of its nearness and proximity to our physicality, it is part of the matter state plasma. Now, all of it is plasma. But when we're talking about the matter plasma, that is fundamentally a physical field with a nearness to a magnetical field. And that matter plasma is, from our point of view, and that's why we are dominant from that point of view. But that point of view is feedback dominant because it's a product. It's a gravitational product of an inertia dimension that is created from the magnetical force fields coming together. This is what we have to understand and how we need to apply our science. Because when we look at the water, without understanding that, we cannot explain why water is created from hydrogen and oxygen, which is a significant density difference between the two. And two little tiny hydrogens cannot possibly equal and balance off this big fat oxygen and create a round field that we call a maggrav and say it's a balance of the magnetical gravitational field forces. And so, well, we have two hydrogens and that helps, but the oxygen is way more dense. So the water has a unique characteristic that it is imparting the same characteristics as a PM tick, but in the physicality, it becomes an energy parceling unit. And so that is part of the construct that we see here. So the hydrogen is part of the gravitational conformation, and it's part of the light. And in that light, we can see the physicality of an emission spectrum. So that emission spectrum is an inertia field that is part of the gravitational tracking, which allows us to understand the uniqueness of that hydrogen, because that's a unique fingerprint. And then, of course, there's oxygen. It too has a unique fingerprint and a manifestation of light that's manifest in the emission spectrum of its fingerprint. And it too allows for gravitational tracking. So both the hydrogen and the oxygen are gravitational. So we have to understand that both were created from a magnetical source. So the gravitational is seeking density, and the magnetical is seeking density also. And so when the two come together, they sort themselves out into a magnetical gravitational force field at that point of inertia. So oxygen has its gravitational inertia and hydrogen has its gravitational inertia, but they have to sort it out where one is magnetical, one is gravitational. Otherwise, there will be no maggrav. So when we're talking about the peace dome, it has to do the same thing. We have to see, just like the hydrogen, it's negative and it gives, and the water, it's positive and it takes. So that's the difference between the peace dome transmission and the wave transmission. There's still a transmission. So we just have to understand which energy state we're operating in. And so the range transition becomes the deciding factor. We have to take that into account. So when we're talking about surface to volume ratios, it involves a sphere, 3 dimensions, where 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3. And why is it more than 3? Is because we are none of those 3. We're the observer. And as observers, we're the ones giving the feedback. And if we don't understand, then we're just fudging our existence. But our existence is a product of these other fields. So our point of view is the gravitational point of view. So do we change our point of view, or do we change what is causing our point of view? Do we believe our experiences, or do we experience our beliefs? So we're looking at the inertia feeding of 1, where 1 plus 1 equals 1. But which one? Right? How do you sort that out? Because each one is a product. Each one is a product of two fields. So it has to be sorted out. So our humanity is a product, is a gravitational product, and we have the confirmation. And each one of us has come together by the same means. So we are all the products from the same humanity family. If we're all the products of the same family, then it doesn't make any sense for this family to be argumenting. So we're all fragments of this complexity. We're all part of this nuclear feeding inertia. And each inertia field is a product. And each of these fields has a field strength within that relationship. So depending on your point of view, is it magnetical or is it gravitational? And so when we find that the greater the density, the higher the surface to volume ratio, the higher the negative charge. Higher the density, higher the gravitational field, the higher the magnetical charge. So when we look at the Earth and how it rotates around its poles, we find that there's also a magnetical pole. And so that kind of puts a wobble into our little tiny piece of the pie. But that rotation goes from the west to the east, but it's a combination of all of these other fields. And it rotates. And it's because of that rotation that it has a motion. So if we look at the coming of these fields together, and we can see that there's a rotation. All of the fields are gravitational, but the relationship of these fields comes in layers. And each of these layers is based on density. And so we have the density being the least dense on the outside and the most dense on the inside. And then we see that the plasma fields are on the outside and the manifestation of the physicality are in the greatest density. So the product of the density of this field is based on the reaction in the interaction of the magnetical rotating field in combination with the gravitational rotating field. And so we know that the gravitational field and how it works is because we too have a gravitational field. But our gravitational field is not as dense. So in that relationship, our gravitational field is magnetical. So likewise, so is the flower. The flower, being the gravitational manifestation of its physicality, is in essence magnetical with respect to the relationship of the Earth, because the Earth is way more dense and therefore way more gravitational. And so that relationship takes dominance. So if we change this relationship, then we can change a lot. So in simple terms, we say, well, when two forces come together, we have to understand that these forces come together magnetically, but they sort themselves out. So these PM ticks are coming together and they create a maggrav condition, which is a balance between the magnetic and gravitational force fields. And then as they become more dense, then they go from the 2 dimensions to the 3 dimensions. So not only do we have the x-axis and the y-axis, but we have the z-axis, all 3 dimensions coming together. And as more forces keep coming, then it becomes more and more dense. So we see how all this circular momentum gets sorted out, where you have the universal order of creation of matters, the bringing together of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter state, and the coming together of these 3 dimensions. So we have to understand, from our point of view, in 3 dimensions, we have to look at everything in 3 dimensions. And then we have to see how these things rotate. And in order to understand that, we have to determine the point of view. So are you in the middle of the cartwheel? Are you just being run over by a tumbleweed? Or are you creating a plasma field? How, one way or the other, there is some kind of circular momentum that is being created, and we're all part of that. So we see that our force field, what we discussed in terms of our chakra levels, these are all force fields that are created, and they represent our emotion. So our emotion is part of that magnetical field that is creating our physicality. Our physicality is gravitational, but our emotion is magnetical. But our physicality is a product. Our emotion is a product. So the chakra levels are really a product of inertia of 2 other force fields. And that is something we can change. And we know that because you are angry, you are happy. And you go through moods. So there's a force field of attraction, which is fed by the taking, the balance by giving. So there's a pulling, there's an enabling, but it's positive, it's gravitational. So it's taking in this energy. And we can do the same thing with our chakra levels. And so that manifests itself into the physicality. But there's a repulsion, which is the giving. That's balanced by the taking. So there's a pushing. It's an accommodating. Say it's negative because it's magnetical. So in both cases, if we understand the attention and the contention and its relationship to our intention and what is part of our intention. So we are feedback dominant. We are feedback dominant to what we retain, what we've absorbed, but we're also feedback dominant in terms of what our intention is. Because that's what we emit. So we get to choose. We get to choose our magnetical gravitational orientation. That's where we can determine what we're hooked on in terms of our inertia unity, because it's determined by path link and susceptibility. So the emission of our attention and the emission of our retention interacts to create that emission of intention. Really, the coming together of the magnetical field of attention, the magnetical field of retention, and the interaction of the magnetical field of intention. This creates a balance of contention, the contention of equality. It'll sort itself out because it's unconditional, right? So our problem is that we have short-circuited this feedback thing, and we're in this matter state hook where we just upsetting the rotating fields. And we say, well, feed me, feed me. That's we're always hungry because we're never satisfied. But we are hooked on life because life is beautiful. A life is worth fighting for. But we have to choose how we fight for it. And by killing others is not only destructive, but it violates universal law. So man-made law is based on the fragments of the complexity. It's part of our earth space matter state inertia. It's part of our commandments, okay? Because we don't understand the rules, the universal rules of the humanity family. The humanity family is a matter state inertia coming together of all the souls of the family. We're all in the same team. So we don't need conflict. We don't need to be divided. What we need is the matter state plasma to evolve into this matter state inertia so that our physicality not only becomes 1 + 1 + 1 more than 3, but more than 4, because that will give us the gravitational stability to understand that regardless of our point of view, our field strength and our susceptibility is based on our observer inertia. So we have the 3 feeding dimensions and the 4 experience feedback dimensions. So we get fed what we believe and we experience what we believe. And that's the truth. It's a two-way system. So when we talk about the attraction repulsion forces, which are part of the natural creation, it's plus the magnetical. So it's the out density. And then when we look at the repulsion attraction forces, plus the gravitational, well, that's the natural decay, the intensity. So it's a maggrav plus the magnetical, that's part of the emission, and it's a maggrav plus the gravitational, that's part of the absorption. So that's the relationship between the out density and the intensity, and it's in balance. So now we understand the charge. The charge is the direction. And so when we look at, from our point of view, counterclockwise magnetical and clockwise gravitational, this is the fundamental basic charge. But who cares? Because we have over 70 trillion cells in our body, and we just don't have the management skills to operate on that unless we enlist the services of a higher power. So when we look at the Earth space transmutation state, and we see that it is a coming together of many force fields. So it is a gravitational transmutation. So our existence is exactly the same, except ours is more of an outer space transmutation state. Because we are travelers. So the Earth travels on its axis and its subsistence is from the outer space forces. But we can actually travel. So when we look at the black hole transmutation and we see on the physical state that we have to have this inertia, interdependency from balance on the pH on one side and the pH on the other side. But then we also have this balance of the inertia from the physical to the plasmatic, and then understand that even in the plasmatic, there's a balance on the pH on one and the balance on the pH on the other. So the rules are the same. The transition, transmission, susceptibility are the same. And so the inertia of the mind has to take into account that our physicality of the man and the physicality of the earth is a manifestation of the souls of physicality, and that becomes an inertia manifestation of that. But the souls of physicality are an inertia of the mind, of the coming together, the soul of the earth, which is a manifestation of 3 dimensions, and the soul of the man, which is a manifestation of 3 dimensions, and there's a gravitational sorting based on the density. So isn't that interesting? The earth is more dense and the man is more dense. And then we become into the physicality, which is even more dense. But one is magnetical and one is gravitational because it sorts itself out. So the roadmap to the plasma highway is essentially the same, where we have the carbon-14, which is more dense in terms of its magnetical force, to the carbon-12, which is more dense in terms of its gravitational force field. And so the higher energy feeds the lower energy. And so we are getting universally fed, but there's a shortage. We are lacking about 20%. And this is what we are, shall we say, borrowing, but not really. We're stealing from the earth. And we're stealing from whoever else is handy. So do we have to depend on that just because it's handy? Because we settle for less. If we're getting 20% from our physicality, then we're also only getting 20% of the benefit. We're still short 80%. It's a fragment of a fragment. It's a false economy, the false mathematics. It doesn't jive with the creation of the universe because the universe exists from energy and it is always in motion. So that's what creates the charge. And it's always in combination. That's what creates the charge. So is it just exchange in motion in terms of the creation of matters in a plasma state? Or is it the creation of matters in the physical state? Or is it the interaction from the plasma state to the physical state, or the other way around? So it's a two-way street. So the creation of the universe is very stable. We can see that. That's what we can see. And the environment on the earth is rather unstable, and we can see that as well. So what is your point of view? So you provide the pattern, you get the energy. You provide a poor pattern, you don't get much energy. You provide a good pattern, you get tons of energy. All you have to do is just tune in, tune into the universal well-being. Turn on to those powers and drop out of the resistance. And then you become a receiver. You receive whatever you want, and that becomes part of your soul food. And then that is your belief system, and you can experience your beliefs. So there's no point in the substitution. where you're transferring the gravitational dominance at that point of substitution, where the intensity equals zero and the outintensity equals zero, you can make a decision on the gravitational conformation, because that always remains. And the gravitational conformation always dissolves. So the substitution point is always within that black hole field, and it's a two-way street. So you can determine which way you're going to be going with your gravitational conformation, because gravity seeks density. So when we're talking about going from the atomic to the monatomic to the polyatomic to the plasma state and one step beyond, we're stepping through densities. So we see that going down towards the atomic state and then through the Coulomb barrier as breaking through the greatest density. But the plasma state has a tremendous field strength, and that density is represented in a different way because it has a density momentum. And so it becomes a higher field state, higher energy, and higher energy is the giver. So you can't give what you don't have. So here we are looking at our Earth-based consistency. Last year, we met in Sanya, and we've seen the production of gold gans. So we understand that there's gold in them Dar hills, as much as you want. But there's everything as much as you want. So seeing as we're also greedy, why are we shortchanging ourselves and only getting 20%? Because we have small spheres of density. So when we look at the frequency of our attention, we find that our physicality is dominating and imparting that, and our soul is being suppressed at the bottom because it's carrying this baggage, or it has these burrs that are, clinging on. It's weighing us down. Sure, we have density, but we don't have power because we're working backwards. So in order to feed this, we have an Earth space consistency and an outer space consistency. But we're stuck in our Coulomb barrier of our little brain because we believe our experiences. We have to flip this around. Look at the balance field of the transmutation with respect to the plasma states, how they come together through the star formation and they balance off. Look at their planet. It's a blue planet. It's a balancing off at the intensity and outintensity. Remember that peace comes the same way, and there are many points of field strength of the dove. It's for everybody equally. And so that research on how we can develop the practical applications of this plasma science, which is something we should have done all along. But we're too greedy for the scraps and not greedy enough for the powers of the universe. So we're going through this transmutation flight training. We have now entered April, getting ready for the third of this series of 3. The transmutation allows us to transition through the range that transcends different inertia fields of the transmutation dimensions. So the laws of conservation govern the covalent, trivalent, tetravalent bonding attributes, as many bonding attributes as you wish. So the containment of the inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. And the soul of the man cannot be abandoned nor compromised. It's very stable. And the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. This is the integrity of man. It's very stable. It's all part of the transmutation. So how do you direct that antenna? Are you getting the message from the feeding, or are you getting the feedback manifestation? We have to tune our transmission transition, where we select one force which is magnetical and balanced by the force selection of another which is gravitational, and they sort themselves out, and the resulting selections to feed the magra manifestation. So this selection manifestation is predetermined. All we have to do is enlarge our schemes of reference. So your emission of intention consistently affects the standard folding deviation, leaves no room for war. If we choose the peace dome of intention, because it's a transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome, that is a fact. So our anchorage is in our soul, and the anchorage to this planet is in the blood. And that anchorage is in our gravitational confirmation, and the anchorage of peace and harmony and the greater oneness is integrated between the two. That is a great purpose. So we need to augment our reality and understand that there is a flux and flow towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every charge, every form, all mass, matter, or substance, where we intensify and extensify what we are, and we need to be connected. And that connection supports the flux of continuous change. That connection is hooked on life. And we are, because we're seeking the greater oneness, which are 584 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops, we are trying to bring together the transcendence of the limitations of nuclear science. And it will happen suddenly. Because that is our gravitational destiny. Everyone wants what's better. Everyone wants better from what their point of view. And their point of view is the right view. Because what we know is that it's hard to sleep when our beds are burning. So we are on the verge of a technology release. And we can say that there will be a scientific rescue, a financial rescue, and a political rescue. 3 dimensions. And we will gravitationally sort it out and allow man to become part of the universal community. Because it's not just what man wants, it's what the universal community wants, and it's what the Creator wants. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science, becoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. So we welcome learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it, sign it. Sign it with a pen, sign it with a soul, but sign it with a gravitational confirmation. And is the momentum of inertia a paradigm starter or a stopper? This is a question, because self-importance is the feedback inertia of adulation. It's not what we're after. Is the peace dome of outer space an umbrella or a fountain? Well, we get to choose. And is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? Well, we get to choose. How do we impart the importance of self in a universal concept? So we have to step through the layers of angular density of the new physical transmission dimensions. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in a practical exchange for peace on earth. welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of the presentation. And thank you all for allowing me to continue to present. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
All righty. Thank you very much, Alex, for sharing your angle, your insight, your dimension of understanding on this wide variety of topics. Let's see if anyone has a question they'd like to pose, or perhaps a clarification on a certain point of the presentation you'd like. I know you talked about density. I think it was in the last teaching, and you said it was the higher the density, the stronger the strength. Is that
Right.
your angle? So how is the creator? Is the density very, again, I'm just thinking, the creator is small, weak, and a giver. What's the density on this? Or is it, again, very, very gravitational to pull in
Creator
all
is
this
very
energy?
gravitational.
Say again, please.
The creator is very gravitational. He has a lot to give. He is very gravitational. He not only gives, but he keeps on giving. It's unconditional.
So if he's giving magnetically, we have to hook our gravitational field into this, right? He
Thank
may
you very
be
much.
giving out magnetical, but for us to receive it, we need to connect the gravitational field.
Thank you very much.
For what?
Thank you very much for
Okay.
being such a skilled knowledge seeker.
Hardly.
You're too honest.
Randy has a mic open. Thank you.
We can move you to the front of the class now, Mark.
No, hardly. I'm a backbencher, actually. Can you come a little closer, Randy?
Yeah, Randy, you're too far back.
I'm as close as I can get. Is this better?
No, something happened with the transmission. Is the plug plugged all the way in?
Yep, it is. Let me check.
Okay. Okay. Volume low, or is it up? While Randy's adjusting, go ahead, Randy.
Is this better?
A bit.
Okay, I have to work on that.
So, Alex, can we have another word for density? I'm thinking of strength. Is that when you have a higher density, is this a higher strength field? Can we have another word for density?
Well, with respect to mass, when you look at the periodic table of elements, the sorting out of the mass as you progress, every numerical step up is an increase in mass, and that increase in mass is a density. So that in order to have that density, you have to have components, and that component is energy. And since you have more energy into a smaller, tighter package, you also have to have a higher binding energy, right? So which is heavier, 100 pounds of feathers or 100 pounds of lead?
A 100 equals 100.
Exactly. But the 100 pounds of lead is more dense.
Okay.
So this is what we have to understand. Then the 100 pounds of feathers are magnetical. And you would know that because all you have to do is apply a little bit of force and or have a pillow fight and you'll have feathers all over the place. So, you know, this is the thing. Whereas with the lead, it tends to come together and it becomes very dense, very heavy. And so all the elements of the periodic table of elements progress through their levels of density. Means a package of energy. So if we're looking at packages in terms of weight on this planet, because we look at the atomic structure, we don't call it weight, because when you have atoms coming together, you know, you could have 50 pounds of lead or you could have 100 pounds of lead. So the atomic mass is the same. But as you bring the atoms together and more atoms, then you increase the weight. And so that is a gravitational phenomenon represented by density on this planet. But if you go off the planet, then that density becomes converted into energy.
Okay. Anyone else? Now, when we transmute, do you think we're going to have a checklist like they do in the pre-flight thing? Is the fuel, do you have enough fuel? Is the cosmic rays there? Do you have enough C14? How about C3? Do you think we're going to run through a checklist to see if we're ready to transmute? I don't think so. I think our structure is already, in a way, made for this sort of movement. I don't think there's any checklists, are there? Or do you think, is the hydrogen the right strength or whatever? Or do I need a diff? We don't think of any of those things in the transmutation that I'm aware of.
This is a very good way to answer your question because I think we've all experienced the point where, oh, we have to get to bed, we have to get to sleep. You know, I want to sleep, we have to get to sleep. And you go through this checklist and then you say, well, you know, maybe I'll count sheep. Is that a checklist? And the more you want to go to sleep and you just can't go to sleep. But the moment that you relax and the moment you forget about wanting to go to sleep, if your body, if your soul determines that you need to go to sleep, boom, you're gone to sleep. You don't have time to go through that checklist. It's instantaneous.
Right, right. Yeah, I don't remember going through any checklists before I dream, although there are things you can do to enhance things. I think in the sleep state, I don't want to call it a dream anymore because he said this was disrespect to the soul.
Sure,
But
because it has a derogatory connotation, you know. But the fact of the matter is that this is a natural phenomenon, and it's representative of inertia fields in motion. So we, as a product in terms of our physical state, are a product of plasma fields. So it's these plasma fields that are part of our sleep, because our plasma fields are eternal. And so they prepare for the next day, they organize, they sort things out, and our physicality, because of the deficiency, needs to be recharged. And so we have to reduce the amount of consumption that we do. So the charging is the relationship between the charge and discharge. So we have to charge more than we discharge. But during the daytime, because we're physically active, we're discharging more than we're charging. And one of the occupations that we have, or preoccupations with our physicality, is this charging. So either we're charging our so-called batteries by feeding, by food. So that involves either preparation, preparation and cleanup, or it involves, going to some place where someone else prepares and cleans up. So in that point, you'll be going and coming from that place. It still involves a kind of preparation. Or the other way is to draw energy from the universe. And, we do that subconsciously, but we do that in a way that is kind of rude. We don't give it credence. We discount it. We say, well, it's not really supporting us. Well, you're not eating 24 hours a day. And when you're asleep, you're not eating. So this emphasis that we have in our life with respect to eating is totally disproportionate to our existence. It only accounts for 20% of our charging energy.
Right.
And yet it dominates our life. So this is the problem that we're having, and we have to go through a kind of transition. And how long is that going to take? The good news is that the greater the oppression, the faster the recoil, the greater the recoil. So in essence, all the sabotage and subterfuge, all the uh, suppression that we've gone through has just annealed us. It's made us harder. It's made us stronger. It's made us more dense. It's been extremely counterproductive. And so, we've come to the precipice. We've come to that threshold where we are going to have on the verge of maximum stupidity. So do we have to actually experience maximum stupidity to learn? Can one, impose maximum stupidity and learn something from it, or gain some kind of satisfaction by denying others? That's why it's stupidity, maximum stupidity.
We're all learning. We're all learning. Some of us may take a little longer. Some of us may grow at different speeds, but we're all learning.
Well, what we're learning is that what we're doing is not working. So we need to start seeking what is working. And we've been doing that, and it's been undeniable. This isn't just something that's happened in our generation. This has been happening many, many generations. But the fact of the matter is that this physicality is measured in generations, and therefore that reflects on the paradigm. When we say a paradigm, basically takes about 20 years. So, okay, well, let's say, we're going to go from this paradigm where we're going to introduce this new plasma science, and it's going to take about 20 years. I know when I was a teenager, and, I'm talking about 60 years ago, flat screen TVs were, it was announced that, flat screen TVs were possible. And yet it's only in the recent 10, 15 years that we've had flat screen TVs, in the practical solution. Cell phones were invented 130 years ago. It's only in the last 20 years that we've had the practical enjoyment of cell phones. So is that what's going to happen to the plasma science? Are we going to have to wait, 50 years before it becomes practical in our life? Not really, because it has gained momentum. it has gained angular density. And that angular density, you can call it mass or you can call it energy. So the mass and the energy are interchangeable. And they go through different energy states. So I think that answers that question, and it answers the other previous question that you had. Thanks. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, let's see if anyone else has a question or a thought they'd like to share. Now, you said there's gold in them there hills or in the mountains, I guess, but didn't you really mean the gold is in the plains or the fields? Just a little play on words there.
Oh, that is so good, Mark. Congratulations, Mark. You're doing really, really well.
Okay. Anyone else want to add a thought or a comment? Again, nobody's wrong and nobody's 100% right. When you talked about the catalytic conversion, I was thinking about the Apple test. Is that catalytic conversion at all related to the Apple test, whether we're holding it or we're interacting on the soul dimension?
Well, I think you've been a real advocate of this because you position yourself to be able to do that. You're feeding yourself catalytically, aren't you?
Partially, yes, yes, yes. And again, this is not going to be a problem. I think the entire humanity is going to be gifted. Now, some people will, of course, not get on board right away. But I think they're going to find, if these go on satellites or through apps or whatever, but they're going to find out very shortly why am I eating when I'm not even hungry? And I know some people have certain emotions that causes them to do that, but less and less, I think, will be needing to take other entities. This is a gift from the Creator as I see it. And the entire humanity will be elevated. And of course, this will change our behavior to more of a giver than to a taker. I think just this feeding ability. And of course, it'll become ingrained within you. I've been using the NutriTubes, but a couple of days I've only used one tube, and it seemed to be working. So maybe something's been ingrained into the structure. And this is what Mr. Keshe said. You use these systems and it becomes part of it, teaches you without you even knowing it. And I bet this will convert to the transmutation as well. As you use the systems or enter into this will just become as easy as walking down the street.
Well, certainly, Mark, you have training wheels. You'll discard those training wheels
Yeah.
at some point in time. So needs change. And why do those needs change? We'll say, okay, well, I want to build a house. Okay, well, I need tools. Well, okay, so in order to build the house, I need the tools. So the goal of building the house is substituted by the goal of fulfilling the procurement of tools. Once you have the tools, now you say, oh, I can build a house. But wait a second, before you build the house, you need the materials. So you still want to build a house, but now you're going to be building the materials or buying the materials. But that's not building the house, that's getting the materials. So you seem to be, diverted, sidetracked. You say, well, no, that's a sidetrack. I need to go to get to the destination. But how does that fit with your plans? And you say, oh, I didn't make any plans. Well, guess what? Plans need to be done in advance. I have tools, I have material, I'd like to build a house, so my plans have to involve those tools, those materials, and this location. Well, how does that compare if you were to change the environment? Let's say you decide to go way up north where it's cold, or you decide to go to the tropics where it's warm, or extend that and say, oh, well, I'd like to go to another planet. So, how do your plans, compare now? So everything has to be taken into context. And that's why there is no absolute. So we get to make choices. So we have to understand what those choices are and how to apply them.
Gosh, and that choice comes from emotion, our ability to have this emotion. And maybe if the entire universe has this emotion and everyone's making choices, I was thinking it could become a bit chaotic, but perhaps they'll make the right choices with their emotion.
Absolutely, they will make the right choices. So that's the whole point. It's like many of the warmongers, they don't mind making choices on your behalf. They don't mind sending your family into war, but
That's
they're
what I
not
was
going to
just
send
going
their
to
family.
say.
You know, they're concerned about our happiness. So, you know, I'm concerned about their happiness, okay, because they seem to have all the money and they're so unhappy. So I'd like to make them very happy, and you know, I'm ready to accept all your money.
Okay, so you haven't been subscribing to the Flat Earth, have you? That was funny. I heard somebody, I think it was yesterday, and they were having a bit of a discussion about flat Earth. Of course, it was on a show. And the one guy was saying, how come when I look through a telescope and I look at Jupiter, I can see it rotating? And the other guy said, stick that telescope up your backside or something like this. So I thought that was just a little funny. I thought I'd add where you can actually see the rotation. And I don't know how this gets introduced and but Mr. Keshe had mentioned that recently about the flat Earth and the rest of this. But we know the plasma is spherical. So this whole thing is just another way of
Oh
sort of.
yeah, but this is where we've kind of come to the end of the road, if you will. Every time we talk about angular momentum, we seem to be talking about in two directions, and it's hard for us to envision in those three directions. So our point of view is always occupying one of those three directions. If we occupy as a total observer, so you don't know which direction you're looking at. You're just looking at the whole magrav. And if you understand that all the fields are rotating within that magrav, so each dimension is a balance between a magnetical gravitational rotation. And so each of those dimensions then is working together and rotating together. And it's because of the asymmetry. In other words, because it's odd, it's three dimensions, that imparts the motion. Because otherwise, if you only have the two dimensions, then it's like a teeter-totter, right? You're sitting on one side, your friend's sitting on the other side, and up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. But
Seesaw.
you don't really go anywhere. But if you put a third one in, and then all of a sudden you can start going up and down, and you can turn in that particular motion. Now, our skill set is what comes into play now. And how do you improve your skill? And that requires practice. What exactly are you doing? You are increasing the density of your skill set, right? Because you keep giving energy to it. Anything that you keep giving energy to, you're going to do better, including being a killer. So, you have to decide what it is that you want to be. You know, you want to be a peaceful person, then you have to give energy to that. If you want to be a killer, then you have to give energy to that. And if you want to be a killer in the name of peace, then you're an idiot. Okay, because that defies all logic. That doesn't work, and that's proven. So, you know, that's the thing about theories. You know, once you disprove them once, that's it. You can scrap that theory. So to think that, you know, why do they call it MAD, mutually assured death and destruction? Why is that mutually assured? Because there are no winners. Whichever computer you want to use, whether it's a man or a machine or it's artificial intelligence, it's all going to come out to the same thing. Every time they play these war games, there are no winners. And that's not the way life works. If you look at it as a winner, as a maggrav, so a combination of the magnetic and gravitational force field, then a loser doesn't have that. It only has one field. So, you know, the problem for a lot of these is that you can't insult ignorance. So that's not working either.
Ignorance is bliss, as we've heard Mr. Keshe mention a number of times in the recent workshops.
Yeah, so we have to change the playing field. We don't change the rules, we just change the playing field. And so that technology is in hand. And so when you look at the gravitational magnetical relationship, the population of this planet is very gravitational, and the so-called wardens are very magnetical, very weak.
If we're holding the apple, this is the catalytic conversion. If we're just interacting with the apple, this would be the maggrav understanding without touching it.
The maggrav is the catalytic conversion. The apple is the gravitational part of the maggrav. You are the magnetical part of the maggrav. So the catalytic relationship between the apple and you can be catalytic.
Okay. Anyone else like to raise a thought or ask a question? Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Mark.
Hearing none, I think you've satiated everyone, Alex, with your beautiful presentation.
Well, I hope everyone's having fun with it. You know, everyone has to do it their own way. But that doesn't mean it needs to be different, so far different that it would be the wrong way. Everybody's way is the right way. So sometimes the right way shows you how wrong things can be. So even war is very instructive. But I think if you keep banging your head against the wall and you keep complaining about the pain, then something's got to change. So either you stop banging the wall, or you stop banging the wall with your head, or stop banging. If you have to bang something, bang some drums, and maybe you can make a party. And so all of a sudden, that pain becomes pleasure, and you find how things change. But if you keep doing the same thing and expecting different results, that's doesn't work. And we know that, and that's proven. So how long does it take for us to learn? So if we go through a lifetime and fail to learn, and then if we go through generations and fail to learn, that is pretty much a definition of sadness, I would say. Over to you, Mark.
Yeah, we create our own misery, as we've heard in the teaching from the 584 in many instances. So you've been listening to that song by Frank Sinatra, I Did It My Way.
Yeah, I have, and I think it's a great song.
All right. Anyone else want to bring up a point here? Something you'd like clarified or something else? Carolyn. Okay, I think she opened her mic by mistake, or can you speak? Okay, I think that was an inadvertent. Sometimes the participants list on some of these dashboards is right next to the mute button or the speaker button, and sometimes I've touched it and opened the speaker when I didn't want to. Go ahead. Alex, anything else? Anyone?
Well, yes, I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. And it's not just those members who are on the panel here. It's not always convenient to be present. It's it's a big difference to be present. That's why people go to rock concerts. You can always buy the records, but it isn't the same as being there. However, we now know that it is possible to impart other things within the message. So we understand that, when we talk about transmission, we see a limitation with respect to frequency. But there are other things that we can transmit. And we know that because, when we judge our feelings after we come out from a concert, you know that it's a good concert when you say, wow, that was a great experience. But if you come out and you say, well, that was a waste of money, then you bring it down to the lowest exchange, which is I'm going to go and be present, and I'm going to exchange that presence for money. But if you go and you get more, then you don't think about the transaction. You just look at the product that you get from the activity. And this is where I think down the road we'll see an enormous amount of benefit coming from all of these classes that we've experienced and participated in, and there will be many more that are offshoots of this. So, at the risk of being very long-winded about this, what I want to say is that each and every one of us is a MagRav of high intensity and high gravitational capability. And so we need to elevate not only our purpose in life, but we need to elevate our self-confidence. We need to understand that we're important, but we're not important where we need to say, hey, look at me. We need to be important to understand that this world is better for our being than not being. That's when we can measure importance. So that's easy. You don't, there is no yardstick to decide, well, how much, is it better? It's better. That's all the measure that we need. And so thank you all for making the Keshe American Knowledge Team better. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Alex, for presenting today and sharing with us your insights and understanding into this knowledge. Anyone else have any final words they'd like to say before we close this session? All right, I'll take the screen and we'll just say thank you to everyone. And again, it's taking us decades to get into the wrong position, and it's only been a number of years trying to understand the right position of everything. So again, we want to thank you for being here and continue to work and hang in there. There's so much more to come in the future. And this little keychain, may you be proud of the work you do. And may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. Working with this plasma technology seems to instill that, especially if you follow the ethos of the three wise men, which of course was presented in the holy books, but apparently we all missed it. And this is the ethos of Mitra, the idea of thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. But again, that's up to your individual way of doing it and to improve upon it. So thank you all for being here. There's much greater things to be shown in the very near future, it appears. And as Mr. Keshe said, this will be here again. This technology apparently is just going to, in a way, appear in a very strong way across this planet. And everything, as he's been saying, we've been laying out the party for years, but you have to get a lot of things ready for the party. But now is the time, as he said, to allow this child to, in a way, be free in the universe. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts, comments, suggestions? If not, everyone have an amazing rest of their day, and we'll see you in one of the upcoming sessions. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.